Okay, we're 10 seconds.
There's so much we can do, right? That's embarrassing that someone wasn't there.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting this evening for November 13th. We're going to get started tonight with a Pledge of Allegiance by the one and only Chase Andreezy.
Please rise and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A little faster than they do it at the elementary schools.
Yeah, that was eye-opening this week. Okay, thank you, Chase. We'll move on to 4.2, City Council comments and recognitions. Anything tonight?
I just wanted to...
You pull your mic down? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to call out Black Ridge Elementary for the unbelievable Veterans Day performance they put on there every year. It is... I don't even know how to describe it. It is such a special thing that our students get that opportunity to do that. It seems like more and more every year, it just is a packed house. There's grandparents and uncles and aunts and cousins that are all veterans that come and stand up and be acknowledged and honored on that day. And it's a great opportunity for these young people to see what real heroes look like. And it was just a fantastic performance. Kudos to all the teachers and administrators who made that incredible thing happen. Just couldn't have had a better experience. What a neat day. So that's it, but that was incredible.
I would say I also attended briefly the one at Providence Junior High. I think there were a couple, but Providence Junior High as well. They actually had a Medal of Honor recipient in attendance there, and they were able to honor him and highlight that, and it was fantastic too. So hats off to anybody that, as well as our own ceremony we had here. We had the Legion here, American Legion 140 out here. I'll also give a shout out to staff and all the seniors who came to our senior event last week. Just one of my favorite things to do, be a part of, is the senior. This was our Thanksgiving dinner for them, and always a great event. So. Okay, seeing no other comments or recognitions at this point, we will go now to public comment. At this point, audience members may bring any item within the city's purview to the City Council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@harriman.org or by visiting harriman.org/agendas and minutes, where there's a link to fill out an online public comment form. Your statement will be incorporated into the public record. So at this point, if you have any public comment, I don't have any forms. Chief, do you have any forms yet? If you have forms, if you could hand them to our chief. If not, we'll just turn to, so Tracy, did you fill out a form in the back? Okay, you're fine then. Okay. So if you've got public comment, you have 2 minutes and you're welcome to come forward. Just state your name. And you'll have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Just before I start, I did give each of the council members an envelope, and in there I have a plastic bag, and I would like for each of you to pull one of these strings out, and it's just in measurement of what we're discussing here on an encroachment. So Mayor Palmer, Councilman Henderson, Councilman Hodges, Councilwoman Orn, Councilman Shields, thank you for allowing me to speak today. If you could please hold up that item that I gave to each of you. This is 3.78 feet, which you're holding. According to Harriman Police Department, this represents the amount of feet mine and Cindy Spence is theoretically encroaching on Harriman land. If this is the case, then it also represents murder. We're gonna have to murder 12 or more trees, numerous bushes. It's gonna cost $10,000 in combination of fence, sprinklers, 2 properties, waste of precious time, hours of anxiety and pressure, the extinguish of loving memories, introducing heartache on a priceless level. Cindy's husband, Scott, planted these trees, and he's no longer on this earth. We are going to destroy his legacy and beauty for 3.78 feet. Picture of our encroachment was given us in a letter that was unprofessional and did not give any indication or outline of what the issue was. It portrayed 2 pictures at 2 different seasons with improper dates. I did also give a presentation here that has, it's the city council land dispute. And if you turn to page 2, it actually gives the actual pictures of Scott's trees, as well as the picture of our encroachment of our parcel land. And then it also gives us the letters that were submitted with the improper dates on there. I moved into Harriman around 2001, and I'm sure, oh God, I'm already 2 seconds late. I'm sure Google Earth and this imagery was not available. Can I still go?
For another couple seconds, yep.
What was available in 2001 was pin markers on our property. A survey completed by the city was requested by Cindy Richens and carried out prior to the fence being installed. Who's right? The builder, the city, the survey, our title company? What is the true boundary? If I want to complete a survey, it'll cost anywhere between $2,000 and $1,000. There's no one behind Cindy and I, and on page 5 it shows. I realized that there was a percentage of green space that was part of an agreement between the city of Harriman and the Sorensen family. I feel if the Sorensen family knew what was going on, they would help negotiate 3.73 feet, as well as numerous Harriman citizens who are affected by this harassment of encroachment. You're our elected officials and should fight for us as a community. A decision was made within this council to view every encroachment the same. However, at the time, I don't believe everything was taken into account on how much this would affect the citizens of Harriman. Harriman citizens are paying anywhere between $5,000 to more than $70,000 to move their fences. Do you have $5,000 and $70,000 at bay to waste over an argument that can be acquiesced right here, right now? Please see Utah's boundary by acquiescence on page 6. There should be tiers based on footage. If you're stating we're encroaching and everything is black and white, are you saying if I receive a speeding ticket for 1 mile over the speed limit and another person gets 100 miles over the speed limit, that we're the same? This is 3.73 feet, not 10 feet, not 80 feet, not 100 feet. Cindy and I have lived here for 20 plus years and we've been given 2 minutes to defend our right and property. Most of you had this current term less than 1 to 2 years to make a decision that costs families undue pain, anxiety, and money that they don't have time to waste. I've heard if this goes to court, the judge will listen, then just rule you're in default and to move the encroachment. We've also established ownership through adverse possession, boundary by acquiescence, and if we go before the judge and we lose, we're going to appeal this. At this point, we will further contact the news, the internet, our congressmen, senators, et cetera, to help us. We want to do this quietly, amicably, whether who is right and who is wrong, but to have us move a fence with an established boundary over 20 years is an infringement on our land at this point. Land that was supposed to be developed by the city at the time. They said they would put grass and volleyball courts. Nothing of this has happened. And it barely gets mowed. If you've established a boundary by harassing with unprofessional letters, I would like to show you one of the letters that I received.
Hey, Trish, I need you to wrap it up quick, too.
This was in my door, not even addressed. I thought it was fake, honestly. And you decide to lump this issue as one problem together instead of addressing it case by case as a community should be. Our officials should be personal, trustworthy, amicable. If this is what you want to do, then I'm going to lump the citizens of Harriman together and appeal this in numbers. I hope you hear our voices. As a community, you represent us and should fight and shout to the mountaintops to defend us. I haven't heard a peep. I just hear negative response on how wrong we are. The taxpayers who elected you to defend us on the time of need. Why are you coming after us after 20 years? I believe
Trish, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So in front of you is the decision of trees, sustainable green yards, community, anxiety. I'd hope we can acquiesce that boundary and the land boundary redrawn. If acceptable, this ugly thing you see in front of you can now be viewed happily as a symbol of a community, trust, and city pride. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trish.
Sorry for your loss of your husband.
Hi, I'm Cindy Richens. I'm the Cindy she referred to, and my story is a little bit different than hers because it's in the same regards, but I lost my husband. He was accidentally shot, and he put those trees there, and I lived in this home alone, and there was nobody behind me. There was no fences on the sides of me. There was nothing. And in the middle of the night, as a single mother, somebody tried breaking in the back of my house. So I got a fence. And I didn't know what to do because I was a single mom that had never had to traverse any of this alone. So I called Harriman City. And I asked for measurements so that I knew where to put my fence. And I scheduled an appointment. Some receptionist transferred me to a man. I cannot remember his name, and I really wish I could, but it's been a long time. And the man drove to my home, a week or so later, and we measured my yard. He got out one of those big, huge tape measures, and he measured my yard. And he told me, like, from this pin, this is where you're going to go, and from this pin, this is where you're going to go. And I did this because I didn't know what to do. So I counted on my city to help me. To avoid what I'm doing today, which is being asked to cut down trees that I can't rebuild, I can't ask him to replant, because he's not here. And you're asking me to take him down to move a fence at the peak of 3.73 feet. And that's the third measurement I've been given. The first one was 18 inches. The second one was just over 2 feet. And now it's 3.73, so it's growing each time. And nobody can even give me like an actual, it's this many feet from the pin in your driveway, like the pin in your walkway to the end. Nobody can even give me a real number, but you're asking me to take away memories that I can't rebuild. That's all I have.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, I now have a comment form from Tammy Applegarth.
Thank you for giving us this time. My name is Tammy Applegarth. I live in the estates at Rose Creek Development. We are the original owners of our home. Before the home was built, the fence was in place. The developer put it there. We naturally assumed it was in the right place. As the comments that were made by the previous two people, I totally agree with, that if the city can't tell me exactly where I need to move my fence, how do I know that if I move it and pay the several $1,000s to move it, it's going to be in the right place? The pictures were taken at different times. I don't know how accurate the GPS system is that is used, but it's very well known that they're not pinpoint accurate. So when they tell me that my fence is 2 feet off, how do I know it's not in my favor? How do I know the city isn't in the wrong spot? The other thing is when the green space behind my lot it was originally part of the HOA, and then it went to the county, and then it was given to the city. And our understanding was that that back fence belonged to the city. Well, if it's the city's fence, and the city comes out and repairs that fence when there's an issue, when the deer have broken the railing or anything, then how come you don't have to move the fence? I personally can think of a lot funner things to do than move a fence with $5,000. I don't just have that sitting around. That's all.
Thank you, Tammy. Kathy Shaw. Yes.
Again, thank you for letting us speak. I'm the fourth owner. My mom was the third. I have two neighbors to the side of me. One of them is Tammy. They both were here when their houses were built. Those back fences were there at the time they built. I have documentation, homeowners agreement, HOA things that were filed, and in there, it pretty much tells you that if you try to do anything with that back fence, that you have to have approval to do that. Again, I think the letters were very inappropriate. I think there could have been a better way to solve it. I know somebody who put up a solid fence in their own property, so the 4-rail was behind it, solid. One day they went out there, they could hear people, and Harriman City was tearing down the 4-rail fence because you couldn't have double fence. Well, if that fence is the homeowner's, why are you tearing it down? Should be the homeowner responsible to do that by your direction. Why is Harriman City doing it? Because you couldn't have double. Well, if the rails are broke, I have neighbors that will call and Harriman City comes out and fixes it. So again, we all feel that fence back in there on these common areas and around where they butt up against the streets, those were all put in either by the developer, the county, the city, or the HOA when it was done. I live in Rosecrest Estates also, so Google Map is empty for those time periods. I can find May of 2002, and those fences were there at that time. So,
Thank you, Kathy. That's all the comment forms I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? I would speak now at this point. I mean, we could.
Mayor,
maybe-
it may
I was going to say, let's maybe mention what you're going to talk about, and maybe we can. About the panorama? Do we want to,
No, yeah, so probably speak now.
are we okay to speak at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're okay to hold that till then? Yep, absolutely. Don't let us forget. I might get to that point. Thank you. Okay, any other comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to, do you guys want to, does council want to comment on anything? Address any of the?
You know, it's a tough situation, right? I just want everybody to understand, this is something that we spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours debating and deliberating and discussing and reviewing and looking at different options and looking at different ways to handle it. And each of us in turn have made separate arguments to the rest of the council about, well, this situation is different and this one should be handled differently and this would be better at this time. And in several of these instances, I can tell you that I'm really disappointed that we have to move something. I think we're making it less, at least visually appealing or aesthetically appealing to rip out something that's something, you know, beautiful and improved land. That being said, it is very difficult to find a way to deal with 100 different situations. I can tell you that some I think are very worthy of an exception and some are absolutely not worthy of an exception. But that being said, then you're asking us to pick winners and losers and apply the law differently, and some people can do this and some people can't, and that's not fair. And so the only way that we could find a fair solution was to apply something that was kind of universal to everybody. Now, complicating.
It's been there for more than 20 years. Why not leave it?
It's a good question.
More fence, so you pay to move it.
Whether or not it's our fence, we'll have to have a separate discussion about that.
You can do that.
And there's also laws with the boundary.
But
Okay,
okay, just
hold on.
We're not having a discussion right now. Okay, that we can do this at a different time, and I'm happy to do that with you. What I'm trying to explain to you is that there are additional complexities to these decisions. It has to do with how the land came into the possession of the city. In some of those instances, there is not an opportunity for us to do anything other with the land other than keep it as open city space. That's the only option that's available to us with the land. We don't have the opportunity to acquiesce and give it to somebody else. That would be unlawful because of the way that we had acquired the property. That's just one example of a lot of different complexities that exist. So when we came up with a policy of how to do it, it was trying to find a fair way to handle every situation, whether they were big or small, significant or not. We still had to figure out a way to deal with it, so.
Hold on, Trish, we can't, sorry.
But always, our phone numbers, email, everything is online, so you're always welcome to reach out and have those back and forth conversations. But yeah, I would just echo Steve's comment about sometimes people think, oh, the city owns it, they can do this, and there's everything that you think makes common sense in government, and there's something that makes it not make common sense. So there's a lot of complexities that deal with each situation. But yeah, and you brought up some good points tonight, and obviously we would want to look into, is it our fence or is it your fence? Those types of things. So definitely would want to hammer through those types of things.
Yeah, that was.
Sorry, Todd, can I ask, one question? A lot of people are asking about this boundary. There are a lot of people asking about this boundary that's come up a lot.
Boundary by acquiescence, that doesn't apply to public property. So it only applies to between two private property owners. So you can't acquire property that is owned by a governmental entity.
Eddie.
So as mentioned before with Steve and Sherry, a lot of these are complex issues where this body doesn't know every outstanding fact about that said property or the decisions made. That's why the policy and procedure and the process is there to take this in front of the ALJ and defend your case. And that's where you do that through that process. We don't know that the land's been there for 20 years. We don't know that the fence has been there 20 years. We don't know that there's an operating agreement between an HOA or the city or what that was at one point in time. As the city's grown, we've seen more and more encroachments, and most of the egregious ones up front that have been taken care of and come into correction, and they're working through that process. This is a process. Is it perfect? No, but it's a process, and we may need to change that at some point. But like Sherry said, contacting us is great. Call us. We all answer our phones. We all answer our emails.
Will you come up here? Will you come up here? Sorry, will you come up here? Sorry, that way. We have people on public that we like to, so they can hear any.
So, you know, I'd be happy to contact you individually in that, but we have you all here together, not that we have to discuss this. Is there another way to arrange for a meeting to have everybody there to go through this?
So unfortunately, we can't meet as a body as whole. We have to meet in pairs of 2 or less.
Okay.
And so, or we have a quorum, and then we have to have a public meeting, and everybody's invited, and we have to notice and that kind of stuff. So there are other opportunities to visit with us in pairs. So,
okay. Yeah. I appreciate it.
There are rules and statutes that govern what we can do and how we can do it, et cetera. What I would encourage you to do is reach out to individual city council members, staff. I know that there's been several of these that have come through. There are some serious issues we're trying to solve. But I know the few that are in my district that have contacted me. I've gone out and met with them and the officers that run the program, et cetera. And a lot of the issues that you're talking about, we're able to resolve on those individual cases. But there is a standard and a process that we need to apply to everybody.
Yeah, and I can tell you, when I've been asked for residents of my district, I've been to their homes. We've gone in the backyards, we've measured, we've looked, we've discussed options, different ways, what's possible solutions. Like,
we don't want to cut down trees that we don't have to.
I appreciate that.
we want to find some kind of common sense solution within the constraints that we have, right? Sometimes that's a very difficult mesh to find, right?
And I love your comment, Councilman Hodges, is about we might have to look at things differently based on boundaries, because even if you grab the parcel thing and kind of just going everywhere, there's so many people encroaching. But they also seem unsymmetrical, right? So like, honestly, looking at the grid, you see some that the front is shifted and the back is shifted. And, you know, based on 2001, when I moved in, might be different. I mean, we're on a fault with tectonic plates, right? Has like an algorithm and proposed for this, for earthquakes and flood and everything else.
And I think that's why, part of the reason why the things aren't defined so implicitly of da-da-da-da-da, or explicitly, is that there is some wiggle room on some of these things, right?
Right.
There is some ability to come up with a solution that customizes to what the circumstance is, right?
Right.
When somebody has built 40 feet into city property and
Yeah,
put a shed out there,
yeah,
it's a difference. It's a different
absolutely.
circumstance.
Yeah.
But if we force somebody to spend $50,000 to take out an outbuilding and a pool and move fences and all that stuff, do they not have a right to say, well, now you should require it if somebody has to pay $1,000 to fix it, or $2,000, right? That's why you have to navigate, how do we be fair to the people who have the egregious ones and the ones that aren't so egregious, right? And while I have
The fine line. I
crazy
get it.
sympathy for, like, it's
Yeah.
breaking my heart to talk about this, but it is still difficult to find a policy that works for 100 different situations.
But we are individuals. I mean, think about it. I mean, each case is different. You guys are our
that's what
representative.
we're
on
saying.
And
it.
we
what that
have a
process,
process for
yeah.
which each case can be heard individually.
I
So
appreciate it.
So I think we would all encourage you to engage
yeah,
in the
sorry.
process,
Yep.
right? So the first letter you received is an absolute, you have to fix this in 2 minutes, right? It doesn't say that. Engage in the process, right? So make those contacts. As Steve said, I think every one of us has gone out to people's properties and walked through it with them and met with the officers that run the program, et cetera, to hopefully find some reasonable solutions. So engage in that process, and that's how we can help you.
Okay.
And I've sat in on some of that process with the ALJ, and he's very, very thorough on what and how, and once that decision's made, he's very reasonable to work with, he's very discernible, and it's not fix it tomorrow, it's, if you need to fix or correct something, it's on your timeline, on
You
your
put a
budget,
plan in
on your plan, and so, it's a very in-deep process. And once that's done, or if it's decided that, yeah, 3.7 feet isn't that significant,
Yeah.
that's put on your deed and given you authorization to maintain your fence where it's at. So there's legal documentation in your possession, so you would never be brought up on that again.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody's time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We recognize the. Yes, please, Matt, yes, please.
So the encroachments have been a big project coming, as you're well aware. It's not like the council just decided overnight to start enforcing something like this. I think it started out with about 85 properties. And as of today, I think the stats are 40 are taken care of out of that 85. There's been a process put in place with the ALJ. That process wasn't around a year and a half ago, roughly. So we could cite somebody with encroachment, but they didn't have any way to go in front of an ALJ. If they didn't agree with the ALJ, there was no way to appeal it. Now they have that process. So it's fair. They get to bring their side of the story and present it, and the neutral party, the judge, gets to hear it and make a determination. But before it gets to that process, anybody that wants to spend time and go out in the field, I think it was Commander Adamson that went out the other day and spoke with somebody. I think he has till May or June to correct his problem, with the encroachment. We have to take into consideration the weather. The ground freezes in the winter. There's a large chunk of time where people can't do things. So we're not giving anybody a drop-dead deadline of what they have to do. As long as they're open to talking and discussing and trying to fix the problem, if we can come to a resolution, we'll resolve it. If not, then we let them know that the next option is the ALJ, and then the ALJ can make the decision. But at some point, sometimes cases have gone on for a few months to discuss, and if we can't come to a resolution, that's where it ends up. So they can bring whatever info they have, information, we can try to resolve it beforehand.
I appreciate it, Matt.
Right, thank you, Matt.
Matt, do you mind?
Matt Brooks. Matt Brooks?
The Assistant City Attorney.
Yep. Okay, thank you everybody for your comments. Again, we understand this is not easy, but, you know, work through the process and we'll be in touch. Like, you know that, we've talked a lot. We're not passing you off. So I promise. So thank you for being here. Come to my lunches. I love it. You still got to come. Cindy, you promised me you'd come, so you better come. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll move on to item 6. Item 6 are council reports. Start with Jared.
Nothing to report for today. Ongoing budget talks for fire.
Okay. Teddy?
It was a fun-filled couple packed weeks there. We had some fun with the South Valley Chamber. We had the Titan Awards. It was a fun evening. We had Mountain West Chamber, Night of Heroes. That was a fun banquet as well. We had one of our own Harriman PDs received a Hero Award. I'm not sure what they actually call that, but he had some, I think it was recognized in the community, which was great. And then we had Sewer Board, or Jordan Basin Improvement District meeting. It was our budget session, and we did our work session. So we do have our budget hearing next Tuesday in the evening. It's a public meeting. You're all welcome to attend. And then, as Mayor mentioned, we had the senior banquet, and then this week's been fun with staff, with employee recognition and gratification there, with cinnamon rolls today and lunch tomorrow. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Sherry?
Just a reminder that the Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling District Board of Trustees public hearing will be at 6 p.m. on Monday, November 18th, and they will be discussing a rate increase. The proposed rate increase is $6.50 a month. And in addition to that, they are building into the budget an ongoing rate increase for the next two years after that. So for next year it'd be $6.50. The year after that, there would be a rate increase, in the year after that. Those other 2 rate increases may or may not happen, but they are built into it so that they don't have to come back through a public hearing process. So if you are concerned about paying an extra $6.50 a month for garbage, you're welcome to attend that meeting or submit your comments in regards to that.
Thank you, Sherry. Steve?
Nothing tonight.
Okay. I'll just quickly report, we had another meeting with UTA up at the Capitol with Representative Perucci and a few other stakeholders. It appears that bus line is moving forward, kind of what we talked about, kind of coming through off of the Daybreak Station, past City Hall here, out to 134th, out to Redemption, and all the way down Sentinel, and then it gets over to the Front Runner Station over in Draper. So that's moving forward. So that's good news with other discussions to be had down the road. I'll also mention, attended the Miss Harriman. I know technically it's not a city thing now it's under Friends of Harriman, helped with it. They did crown 3 young ladies on Saturday. I don't have the name of the team, but they did Miss Harriman this year, who was Ryan Haslam, who's been an attendant before for us, and then there's a new one called Miss Salt Lake County that's run through this group, and that is Alexis Campbell is her name. So 2 new winners that will be representing and wanting to serve in the community, which is, I think, a highlight of what they do is the service out here in the community. So congratulations to those young ladies. And that's all I have at this point. So we'll move on to item 8, consent agenda. Look for a motion on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda before Steve says otherwise.
Second.
Motion by Sherry, second by Jared. Jared?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. That motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to item 9.1, consideration to approve a construction contract for Old Town Waterline Replacement Project. Jonathan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a large construction contract before you today. Project, of course, is called the Old Town Harriman Waterline Replacement Project, and when we say water line, it might be misleading. It's multiple water lines throughout Old Town Harriman in that project area. So, and I'll be brief. I'm going to start off with the project summary. Of course, it's in our capital improvement plan, which includes installation of about 13,500 feet, which will abandon, not remove, but abandon in place the existing old, undersized, and deteriorating water lines. The budget, of course, is shared between funds from a grant received from the EPA, and then 20% of that budget would be Harriman City Water Enterprise Fund. So as far as the contract is concerned, we went out to bid and received 12 bids, which in the past, it's a very healthy bid interest. The low bid from Tempest Enterprises came to a little more than $3.5 million. Of course, a due diligence review was completed and recommended award to Tempest. Because it is tied to EPA funds, they were with us every step of the way and on our hip, and requiring quite a bit of information, as well as reviewing the bid documents and the proposed award, and they've, of course, approved that award. The staff's recommendation is to proceed with that award. And so anyway, it's, at this point, I'm open for questions, if any.
Nope.
Thought it was interesting how the span between the bids.
I can't
but
believe some of
Other
those.
than that, I think this is a good bid.
Yeah.
Jonathan, so in the past, we've heard, or I've heard, that it's tough to actually get those funds from said federal agencies.
Yeah.
Are we sure we're getting those funds? They're allocated for this project, and there's no issues with it getting released?
That's correct. We are, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I say the difficulty is getting the paperwork, the upfront, and Justin and John, they've been through that. If you remember, I think we were awarded these funds 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, and it's taken us this long to get that. It really is an onerous process on that side. Federal dollars bring a lot of strings and regulation with them, so they're harder to use. You have to have a project, something of this size, to justify using federal dollars, because otherwise it just takes too much staff time. But once you get all through this, the drawdowns aren't terrible. So yeah, we're guaranteed the money. They've signed the contracts, and this is just that last bit to show that we have some.
Awesome. Well said.
And I'll say hats off to Congressman Owens and his team for his help on this too, to help get this across the finish line too, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick little update on schedule as we proceed. If we move forward to this contract, it will go over the next year. Over the winter, we plan to work with the residents and not start construction right away, but educate and have open houses to discuss with them. But anyway, any other questions?
Are there any right-of-way issues or? Okay.
No right away. We did have one acquisition, but that has been complete.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. I'll look for a motion.
Motion to award the Old Town Waterline Replacement Construction Contract to Tempest Enterprises, Inc.
Second.
Motion by Jared, second by Teddy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 9.2, consideration of a reimbursement agreement with Edge Homes for the construction of 138th South, which is fabulous to have open, by the way. Blake, welcome.
Okay. So 13800 South was part of the Mountain Ridge Development Project. The location shown on the map here, it is bordered on the north by Riverton City and the south by Harriman. The project was required by the Master Development Agreement with the Mountain Ridge Master Development Agreement. And as you can see in the orange circles, the developer was required to construct it and we were required to pay for it. And then the map on the right, the highlight shows the location of this road on the north border. On the east end, it should be noted that this road ties into Bluffdale and Riverton across the Welby-Jacob Canal. And this road is constructed and open as currently. So in the Master Development Agreement, it calls out to only reimburse for upsize costs for the land value, the road base, and the asphalt. In the staff report, and the agreement that was provided in the packet, the calculation for the upsize was done incorrectly. And so I went back and redid it, and I've talked to the developer, and it actually reduced the reimbursement amount. Instead of 18%, it should have been 9%. And so the reimbursement amount in the new agreement is $525,846, or $847, and it was $595,670. So it's a reduction of about $70,000. So as you can see on the cross section, we're only paying for 3 feet since the road split. The calculation, it was just a mistake in the spreadsheet. It was 6 divided by 33 instead of 3 divided by 33. So we corrected that, and this number here reflects the updated reimbursement agreement amount. And you can see those amounts on the right-hand side of the screen highlighted in yellow. And then that's the half of the Harriman Road, and that's the reimbursable amount, just for graphic purposes. So with that, staff recommends approval of this reimbursement agreement, and this will close out the roadway projects that were required in the Mountain Ridge development. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
You want a motion?
Yep, let's do it.
Motion to approve a reimbursement agreement with Edge Homes for the 138 South Roadway Improvements Project.
Second.
Motion by Sherry, second by Steve. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. 9.3, review and consider a proposed amendment to the Hidden Oaks Master Development Agreement for 372 acres of residential, institutional, and open space land uses in the R115 and R121 residential single-family zones located primarily north of Harriman Main Street between 5500 West and 7600 West, and 25 acres south of Harriman Main Street to the land use plan, and the rest of it says on the agenda. So,
thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an item that we discussed in a work meeting at the end of October. Approximate location of this development, which has been ongoing for a few years now. This is an amendment that was initially submitted to the city as an administrative request. There are guidelines within the development agreement as to how we process proposed amendments. But ultimately, Blake Thomas, Community Development Director, who is the administrator on behalf of the city, determined that this should be more appropriately presented to the City Council. This is the overview of the requested amendments. Essentially, where the applicant is proposing to change the land use plan. This is the existing, or the original land use plan. There has been one minor amendment that was approved administratively, so this is the current land use plan from 2020, and then this is the proposal. As we discussed, there is a request to remove senior-only housing, which is a very restricted terminology that meets or requires certain federal guidelines. And typically, those restricted senior housing are found with like nonprofit projects, or a project that has some type of incentive or underwriting that this makes those projects doable in the marketplace. What we were looking at is a market rate senior-only housing, which is really unusual. That was what the MDA had anticipated. So going back to the specific amendments, one of the things that it also does in changing out the location of the senior-only housing to just regular single-family lots, it does impact the open space calculations. As we talked about, the senior-only housing product was a pad development where all the area around or in between the pads would be common, and then would qualify as being open space in the project. So the proposed land use map shows that the project would have a deficiency of about 0.5%. The planned unit development requires 20%. There is an option in the development agreement, as per our city ordinances, which are vested in this agreement, that the developer could satisfy that shortfall with a fee in lieu, essentially, a cash payment to the city. Another option is to actually provide open space outside the boundaries of the project area, which has not been proposed by the developer, the master developer, which is Ivory Homes. So that is an option within the amendment that is before you tonight in the resolution. However, recently our engineering department suggested that there is a desire to obtain additional right-of-way along Harriman Main Street for an 8-foot wide asphalt trail that we've been building in certain sections. And this, I think it's Pod 17, we actually haven't secured or negotiated an agreement with the master developer to provide sufficient right-of-way to accommodate an 8-foot wide asphalt trail. Briefly talked about this with Brad Mackey from Ivory, who's here tonight. He's open to this concept. I don't know how much of the shortfall that in agreeing to this would meet that gap, but it is an option. And so just wanted to keep that before the council. So again, this does amend the land use plan. It is making some amendments that are consistent with engineering requirements that we've already seen in developed phases. What we're trying to do is just tune up the plan for public record, we get phone calls from residents or potential residents. What am I buying into? What does this look like? We want to make sure that this land use plan is accurate. So we are just making minor changes to that were requested basically for engineering purposes. Again, removes that requirement to have senior housing. This is something we talked about with the council in the work meeting, and it seemed like the council was agreeable to that. And this was based on a market study that Ivory had conducted. They have experience with building age-targeted housing, but to do this age-restricted, they felt like it was a really slow burn. It would take a while to build through and sell those units. That was what was presented to the planning or the council for consideration. So this proposal does increase the lot sizes in these affected pods, and it does slightly reduce the overall number of dwelling units as the project is currently laid out. The commission, when they heard the request to remove senior housing, they did not forward a positive recommendation on that element of the amendment to the council. I'm not sure if that was really a reflection of, we want to make sure we're trying to achieve open space, or if that was, there was a belief that we don't really have age target or senior housing in the marketplace. But again, I think one of the key factors in this is that this would be market rate senior restricted housing, which again is pretty unusual in my experience. Usually you see, again, like a nonprofit or a housing authority trying to do that type of a product. Another change is a request from our engineering department to change the classification of 7900 West as a capital improvement road, which would make it eligible for reimbursement. Instead, we're saying that it would be appropriate to have that be a standard right-of-way for a local street, which is 60 feet, would be compliant with engineering standards. Again, that was a request from the city engineering department. Another one that was added by our city attorney, and this is something we've been trying to address in all of our MDAs. When this agreement was initially approved, it was standard practice to require front yard landscaping. If a builder could not provide front yard landscaping at the time of occupancy, like during inclement weather, we would accept a bond. But the state has taken that ability away from cities to require that. However, we can require it in MDAs. And so this is something that has been recommended by the city attorney, consistent with direction from the city council on other negotiations that we've had that are similar to this. So again, that is part of the recommendations from staff. And Todd, this clause in here about requiring the landscaping, that got added to the draft amendment.
Yeah, I added that clause.
Okay.
But yeah, I did amend the staff report to make it clear that we want to require the developer to put in front yard landscaping. As you know, Utah code changed this past year, well, 2 years ago, and then there was a modification where the cities cannot require front yard landscaping unless it's in an MDA. So we're proposing it in essentially all of our MDAs now.
Yeah.
And I called about this earlier, but just for consumption here, will you please, this MDA was prior to our adoption of the conservation standards for water too. And it's my understanding that because they haven't applied for building yet, they do have to comply with that new standard because it's a citywide standard. We just clarify the language in the MDA that makes that
Yeah, I
correct.
can absolutely put that in there.
So just so everyone knows, they will have to comply with the water efficiency standards.
Yes, so back in November of, I think, 2021, the Planning Commission did findings of is it compelling and countervailing public interest to adopt the water standards. That language is in the MDAs, which allow us to apply it. So any approvals they've asked for after that date in 2021, we've said you have to follow the water standards. We do have a few projects that are happening in this development that were approved prior to that, and you are seeing some turf go in areas that we'd prefer it not to be, but they did have that approval before we adopted that in 2021.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to do a motion then and add that? Is that kind of the thought then?
Wondering, Mayor, if the applicant is interested in
Brad, do
addressing
you want to make any
the
comments?
council?
I'm really curious, though, how Daybreak does their market rate senior-only housing. They have huge sections that are just senior housing that are all that pretty pricey.
Brad Mackey with Ivory. If I can, after the motion, I'll make another comment, if you let me. But as far as the senior housing, we've done several different versions of that. And the way that the market, when we market it as a senior housing project, it functions very similar, but it takes the burden off of the federal housing requirements for audits and rules on 80 percentile of the community being 55 and older, and it just makes it a lot easier. So, for instance, my dad actually lives in a senior housing project in Riverton, and we lost my mother in February. So if he were to marry someone younger, he could marry someone younger than 55, as long as there was less than 20% in the community. So it's it just makes it, the audit and all of that kind of stuff, a little difficult for HOAs
Better
to
move
handle.
fast.
Yeah. So he's 91, so let's hope he doesn't marry someone that's younger than 55, but you never know. So typically we like to do senior housing projects as marketing only, so that we don't have to have all those audits that burden the HOA over time. So I think I'm good with everything else. I noticed that the staff added a whole lot more bullet items than I was asking for tonight, and luckily we're okay with working with staff. Your staff is fantastic, and we really appreciate our relationship with the city, and we welcome those comments. The landscaping requirement was already in our MDA, and I understand we're just restating it again, and we're fine with that. So with that, that's all the comments I have for you tonight.
Okay, we'll call you back up after the motion if you want to make another comment. I love it.
Just for clarification, the sub-bullets were just commentary, but Brad's right. I did not mention number 6 to you. We talked about the additional right-of-way potentially for 8-foot trail, and that's just a comment. We can work on that with you.
He gave me the head nod, he'd do it.
Yeah.
So.
Is that 8-foot trail going to be congruent from the other parcels?
Yeah, this was something that Bryce had identified.
Yeah, so if you go to the west end of our Main Street project, we have sidewalk for most of Main Street, and then everything west of 7300 West turns into an 8-foot asphalt trail. So in that white area, kind of the corner that isn't part of Hidden Oaks, it's the Butterfield Hollow subdivision, we've required an 8-foot trail, and it's been installed. And so the intent of this is to carry that 8-foot asphalt trail all the way out to the new trailhead. With the help of Olympia and with Hidden Oaks, we could have that. And then that asphalt trail would also go north up 7300 West to connect to the Butterfield Trail. So that's the intent. Right now, the right-of-way that was determined in the MDA is just our city standard 5-foot park strip, 5-foot sidewalk. And so to install an 8-foot asphalt trail, it only leaves us with a 2-foot park strip, which isn't really good for anything except for weeds. And so our request is we get it on the north side of the road, we get that extra 3 foot to be able to continue that asphalt trail all the way out to the trailhead.
Yep, I like it. Okay, I love it. Let's look for a motion on this. Sherry, do you want to make it now? Your
Motion to approve resolution number R36-2024, approving a second amendment to the Hidden Oaks Master Planned Community with the additional bullet points as presented by staff. Is that adequate?
And do you want to do your water? Or are we okay? Do we need
It's already in it.
It's already
I
in
just
there?
wanted it
Okay,
public
perfect. Okay. Okay, motion by Sherry.
Second.
Second by Teddy. All in favor? No, sorry.
Aye. Oh, no.
Stop, roll call. Sorry, roll call. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. That motion carries. Thank you. And Brad, I'll welcome you back up if you want to make a quick comment. Yep.
So with this amendment that just passed, we've shifted some units around to facilitate the larger lots. They aren't lost, so we still have those 6 extra units. If the council changes their mind and wants to entertain working with us on attainable, affordable housing projects within the project, please reach out to us. They're not, those lots aren't going that fast that we couldn't accommodate something with you and work together to help each other out and help try to get some affordable housing for the people of Harriman. So we're willing to work with you. I just wanted you to know that.
I appreciate it, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to 9.4, review and consider a proposed amendment to the Rosecrest amended and restated master development agreement. Mr. Maloney.
Okay. So as the council knows, these next 3 items are very interrelated. And then even within each presentation, I understand that our city recorder has prepared separate motions as needed for the different legislative items. Also, I don't believe our development partners have prepared any additional presentations for you tonight. I won't speak to every slide that is in these slide decks. You've seen most of these images before, but I wanted to have them available in case there was conversation or you wanted to refer to them as you discuss these items with the applicant. This first one is an amendment to an existing MDA, like we just did with Ivory and the Hidden Oaks project. This is the project area, the reduced project area for an area that we call Rosecrest. It's part of a larger coordinated effort to do master planning in our South Mountain area. Some of the advantages that we have is there are many individual property owners within this project area. And through primarily 3 development groups, they have coordinated through contract, either acquisition or, again, just putting things under contract, the ability to master plan all of these individual properties into a cohesive master plan, including a street plan and even a lotting plan, which I know has been of value to the city council. And as you can also see, trying to coordinate our open space. Most of this is a natural, some topography, some ravines, but also improved open space that will serve this community. So just overall, again, this is a reduction of the Rosecrest project down to about 248 acres. They still maintain 321 dwelling units within this project area. There is a statement in the amendment that says that essentially what has been provided in Rosecrest regarding open space and what will be provided satisfies all prior requirements. This was a concern of the city council, and I know that staff has been working on reviewing that material, and you received an email today to that saying that we are confident that what has been provided satisfies the agreement, and does not double count the area that is being transferred outside of Rosecrest to the Panorama project. Again, it maintains all the existing design standards and the terms of the agreement as far as its expiration date. Again, this is the current land use plan, much larger. Most of this area you can see, or a good portion of this area has been developed. This is the remaining area that will be proposed to be kept in the reduced ARMDA, the amended and restated master development agreement. And then these were the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission. We wanted to make sure we had accurate legal descriptions. The applicant has provided that. We also want to make sure that all the maps and the exhibits are consistent with the other materials. I noted following our last review that some of the zoning references on the land use map are not consistent with the vested zoning map that's in Exhibit G. I discussed this with Chase, the attorney representing this group, or at least doing some of the legwork. And we made a few changes, but I did not direct him completely. But that was a minor amendment that I've discussed with our city attorney. So it's just a minor amendment to that one exhibit. And then anything that had been requested by the city council in the body of the MDA, I know there were some concerns that you wanted to have some clarifications. I believe all the red lines that have been produced by our city attorney's office and reviewed by this development team, that's completed and is in the proposed amendment for your review tonight. As you know, this is a multidisciplinary presentation. A lot of this work has been done by engineering, by our city attorney, by our parks, by many others. So if you have questions for staff, we'll field them as appropriate. But of course, the applicant, if you have questions, they are here tonight to be able to answer anything that you may have.
Any questions, comments on this one?
No, I wonder how we want to go back, just because we have the public that wanted to make a comment when. So after, okay.
Is there anybody else beside the map? Anybody else wanted to comment on any of these projects?
So she probably wants to.
And ma'am, you're looking at just Panorama mainly, correct? Okay. So when we come back to Panorama, well, okay. We just want to make sure. So we'll talk on Panorama.
I'm just going to make one comment before we get on the vote and ignore what I'm going to say anyway. But I find it ironic that today our friends at Camp Williams were having some fun out there today.
Lots of noise.
I had to explain to my dog that that's the sound of freedom and he needs to get over it. So. But it's interesting, as I was noticing, I'm in my office, doors closed, I'm south of the reservoir, or north of the reservoir, I've got ranges between me and all that stuff. Man, I heard every one of those thumps all day long, which I grew up on a military basis, so I'm used to stuff like that. It didn't bother me, but I was thinking about, as part of this, the units that we're allocating down in that south pod right up against it. I don't think there's any amount of insulation they're going to put in there that is going to make those people not complain to us. So that's just my piece down there. Yeah, 58, that part. And I know the arguments, but it's below the ridge and it's all that stuff, but it's going to be a nightmare. No matter what we do. So I'm not in favor of putting the units there, but I'm just one vote, so.
In pot 20?
On this,
Sorry.
what is now this 58 down
Sorry.
there, right?
I'm on the wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's this one down here, yeah. Oh, sorry, pod 20, yeah, that's what it is, not 50, it's pod 20, that's what I'm talking about, yeah, and the further south down there. But
Some of our maps get confusing when we don't show
we've-
everything.
And look, we've talked about this, and I made my case about it early on, and but It's going to be loud. It's going to be really loud.
Any other concerns with Pod 20 from the council? And is that?
Same
It's going to be
concern.
kind of in the other part of it, but, you know.
Yeah, that'll be in the
That's in the
South
future.
Hills.
I know it's
Yeah.
still, I mean, all these are connected.
Yeah.
So before we start the dominoes, right, I wanted to make that comment, so.
We okay on this one then? Staff, any concerns you wanted to bring up? Okay. I guess we'll look for a motion on this one.
Motion to approve resolution number R37-2024, approving a fourth amendment, hopefully final one, to Rosecrest Master Plan Community.
Motion by Jared,
Second.
second by Sherry. Jared?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I'll vote yes, that motion carries. Okay, we'll go to 9.5, review and consider a proposed general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and a new Panorama master development agreement to facilitate the construction of 1,700 units and 36 acres of commercial use out there. So ma'am, what we'll do is we'll do the presentation so you can kind of hear, and then we'll have you come up, and then we can answer any questions if that works okay.
And again, just for clarification, our city recorder, Jackie, it's this and the next item. You've actually prepared 3 separate motions. Initially, we had discussed having one combined motion because, as you know, in the MDA, one of the attachments is the general plan amendment, and another one is the zoning amendment. That's been something that we have historically done to vest those elements of the agreement. But for recording purposes, Jackie knows best, so we're doing 3 separate motions on those. So thank you for your patience on that. Again, as I mentioned, I won't discuss all of these slides that have been prepared, but are here for your reference. This is basically the project area. These are all the elements. This is a new agreement. We are moving acreage and units outside, or moving from Rosecrest into Panorama, but Panorama is also adding to it additional properties that have not been previously vested under any other agreements. This is the general plan amendment that was reviewed by the Planning Commission. They held a public hearing and they recommended approval to the City Council. It is consistent with the zoning amendment that has also been prepared by the applicant for council consideration. Again, all of this is consistent with our requirements and prior direction from the council as well. This is the overall village plan. I've been referring to the land use plan, and I know that this group has been trying to get me to adopt this language, so this, I think, the first time I did it right. But essentially, this is their land use plan that we've been using. So again, this is consistent with those other discussions that we've been having. For reference, this combined concept plan for that open space, again, I know that you received an email from Wendy Thomas, who led that conversation about what does this mean for the city when it comes to parks and open space, and how does this get funding, how much of it actually gets approved. So these are all here just for your reference in case you want to have a particular discussion on those items that were emailed to you and provided by staff. Planning Commission recommendations, again, we just want to make sure that everything is accurate. Going back through, it looked to me that we'd gotten all the numbers right. I know we had some moving parts, and sometimes we had acreages that changed, or maybe some unit counts changed, but it looked like that was completed. There is a transition on some of these lotting plans across from Panorama to Rosecrest. So they're dependent on the developer's ability to either acquire or coordinate development as you cross boundary lines. I had suggested, and the Planning Commission had recommended, that we look at maybe an alternate street plan, but as we talked in the October 30th work meeting, it was decided that that was not really necessary, and so that's been removed as a recommendation or as an element of the MDA that is proposed to you tonight, the draft MDA. The applicant has also discussed with us how they're going to ensure that they will follow their design guidelines. Again, they do not have an ability to modify the design standards without city review. And that's something that's new. We've not, many of our other agreements don't hold that standard. Again, we took the burden on looking at the fiscal impact. Nathan and Trevor and others in the city have been looking at that, and we provided an analysis of that for you in the last meeting, and I think we've made a few minor changes to that report that should have been delivered to the council for your review. The MDA, the Planning Commission had recommended, and it felt like the council was supportive, saying we want to make sure we have some benchmarks, some timelines specifically on the construction of Juniper Crest Road. That's been the one item I think has really drawn a lot of attention and support from our larger community, is wanting to see how are we going to get that, that road completed and connected to Mountain View Corridor. And then also making sure we have coordinated transportation plans and trail plans. All of that has been agreed to with this development team. Additional recommendations, we noticed that the zoning amendment map was included, but they didn't include the general plan as an exhibit, so they added it, but they added it right at the end of the list of exhibits. And just kind of logical sequence of information, you would typically see your general plan first, your zoning map, and then the village plan, land use plan. So I know that would cause some relettering or some renumbering, but that was a recommendation, just as far as somebody who has to read and reference these things. Anything you can do to try to make a flow of information just a little more kind of obvious or logical, it helps, rather than looking for it in an out of sequence position. And then another concern that we had was the alternative street cross sections. When this was initially reviewed by the Planning Commission, we did have some modified curb sections. Primarily, I believe they were limited to private roads. Later, more cross sections that are not city standards were prepared and proposed by the applicant. Those were, I believe, in your packet the last time you saw this. So we just want to make sure we're using those alternative road designs in the right places. Every time that we use, you know, for example, a modified curb at the back of the sidewalk, it was mentioned earlier, we know what's going to happen. We're going to have cars parking on there. It diminishes the pedestrian safety. It has other impacts. I realize that there are some economies that is attractive to the development community when they do these types of road cross sections, but in my review, they're generally not a betterment. But we are getting other betterments in this project. So I'm just saying, let's try to make sure we're using those in appropriate places, making sure that we maintain our public safety. And then again, any of the issues that the council had identified, I know that Todd and Nathan and others have been really trying to track those issues down. And I believe, again, we've got all of those addressed in the red lines in the body of the MDA that the council had requested. So, again, I have all these other slides for reference as you decide you want to discuss them. And of course, the applicant is here to be able to speak with you and answer your questions.
I've seen a couple different variations of the MDA with red lines and corrections and stuff. What is the current agreed on language regarding the timeline for the completion of the Juniper Crest landscaping? I thought they had proposed 4 years, maybe it's 2 years. I'm trying to figure out where that's at.
In our red line version back to the developer, we proposed 2 years. And then they came back and they're asking for 4.
I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
And if Todd pauses in answering any of your questions, let me tell you, he has been swimming in multiple details on these projects. So it might take just half a second to recall.
That's just my normal delay.
No. I know what your week was like last week as we were putting this together. So.
I mean, personally, I like Wendy's in her email. She had this, I think this needs to go ahead of a park.
I agree.
I'm just not okay with that not being done as the Juniper is completed. I think that's pushed this discussion forward early on, and some off-site improvements that are,
It's definitely a key infrastructure piece.
This is part of why I kind of mentioned in our work meeting regarding the PID, that we may actually want to have a separate table.
The
associated
phase
with the
one
PID, right, for the
projects, yeah,
phasing.
right.
For those sorts of things, because it's not, I've got a whole list of things as far as open space goes.
Now, there's been an informal discussion about perhaps modifying what the landscaping requirement is along that, and then finding a way to handle, let's say, some of the excessive easement and land that's been preserved there. So I think that there's a very positive potential solution there. But the shrinking of the requirement will save some money and let it be done sooner, that kind of stuff. So I don't know if we need to codify all that before we, formally sign off on this. I'll let legal counsel give us some guidance there, but yeah, I think 2 years and punting on the park if you have to is probably the better decision. And I say 2 years, but it just, it depends on when they start the project, how long it takes to get the road, and then can they finish the landscaping in time, and do they have to wait another season and all that kind of stuff. So I would anticipate if it's not done by next fall, it would be the following summer it would be completed, so.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I would like to see that. Again, you might have residents over there for 2 to 3 years. I don't think there's a need for park next summer, but I think something like this could move ahead.
Bryce, I can't see you. I know you're over there. You've been looking at that landscaping requirement. Did you want to speak to that at all? And I know that was for the backbone, not specifically for this area.
Yeah, so there's kind of two different landscaping discussions I think that are having. On Juniper Crest, there is a large area that needs to be landscaped, and whether that needs to meet our city standard, which is pretty onerous for that big of an area as far as cost goes. There is a large open space behind where the trail would go. And then additionally, one concern that hasn't been worked out, and we really haven't nailed down an answer, so maybe this is a question we can pose to the developer, is the maintenance of the park strips on the backbone road. Early on, we had discussed maybe the HOA could maintain that, or the PID could maintain that, but it will be a public right-of-way, and it's not addressed in the MDA at this time. But that's another kind of undetermined or unresolved concern, just to kind of figure out who maintains, because additionally on the backbone road, there is additional landscaping, not just the park strip, but there's some behind the trails as well that go up to the neighborhoods. So
And specifically, we're not talking when they're doing that, the off-site improvements at Juniper Crest. That's a different.
yeah, so
we're talking about the
two
ones that
different
are fully
discussions
within-
there. Number one, Juniper Crest, whether the city standard is required for all that open space. And then separately, a discussion on the backbone roads, who's going to be responsible for maintaining the landscape that is installed there. I don't think there's any concern with installing the landscaping from the developer. It's just moving forward who maintains those.
Bryce, can you speak to what the city standard is? And what
Yeah. So our city standard for landscaping requires 50% live growth ground cover. So that means bushes, plants. We don't count trees as ground cover. And then the trees are required every 30 feet in the park strip. And then obviously it has to be water efficient. So the ground cover can't be turf or sod. It has to be mulch, but then a plant that covers it. So bushes,
what if we
shrubs.
did option A?
I was going to. Is that cheap? Is option A cheaper?
On our projects, it has been. We haven't coordinated that with the developer to see if it's cheaper for them. But on our projects, switching between stamped concrete and planter has been cheaper than doing the entire thing as a 50% live growth all along there.
It's more water efficient, right?
It's water efficient. I think it's
Maintenance efficient.
maintenance efficient, less opportunity for weeds. I think it's
Yeah.
actually
This-
aesthetically good, you know.
We should probably look into why we're not counting trees also. They're the biggest benefit for heat islands and things like that also.
Yeah.
Bryce, did the Backbone Road have an asphalt trail or a sidewalk?
Yeah, so on both sides, you can actually see it here. Both sides of the Backbone Road of the development will have an asphalt trail. So those big red lines in the middle of the development are indicating asphalt trails.
So that's a little bit different for your option A, right? With the stamped concrete abutting up to an asphalt trail, so you might get a little bit different look.
So there's no sidewalk on either side, it's just asphalt.
Yeah, so in lieu of sidewalks, they're 8-foot asphalt trails. That's correct, yeah.
So I think there's maybe two parts to this, right? There's the Juniper Crest, let's call it north of the bridge, right, through that area. And then there's the south of the bridge, which is kind of the new part that's going to be inside the whole, you know, this new project. And I'm kind of okay if those aren't exactly the same, right? Does that make sense, guys?
As far as landscaping or as far as the path?
Right? No, as far as the landscaping goes, right? Because Juniper Crest north of the bridge is kind of a different neighborhood, a different section, right? And then south of the bridge, it's kind of more inside this Panorama development thing, right? Does that make sense? And so I'm okay if there's
North
kind
of
of
the
two
bridge,
different
it's
standards.
very old traditional grass and trees.
What's that?
North of the bridge, it's grass, it's sod and trees.
Didn't they tear a lot of that out, though? And put the gravel on the one side?
No.
No, it's still on the one side.
No, it's still,
They've replaced it a couple times.
Yeah, so on the one side of the road, it's very traditional. On the side that we're talking about, there's really nothing there at this moment.
Maybe it's just me, but I like the look better of the main, I think it's not even a
Yeah,
cost, I like the look better.
even if the two different sides of the road aren't the same finish,
yeah, that's fine,
I actually prefer that better. There's not a chance to get the weeds and dandelions and stuff in the park strip. It's more water efficient. I think you can put some, maybe some bigger trees spaced out, so you get a little, like you're talking about, the heat island stuff, and I think it's a better aesthetic finish there, but.
How's it gonna look against the path, though? That's, I'm trying to picture what it's gonna look like.
I wonder if you just do the option B, the full mulch, though, on those full asphalt trails and not put the stamped concrete in there, or planter boxes, I don't know.
So I think instead of trying to design it, sitting up here without being able to see it, maybe it would be.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to design it. What I'm trying to say is, I'm asking for guidance of, is this something that we have to have specified in our language here before we're moving forward? And
So I think we would want something in there, but I don't know. Really what we're asking, I think they've shown us a land use or a landscape proposal that doesn't quite meet our standard. And I don't know if we have a visual of that. So you can see what they're talking about. I was trying to find one. I don't
For the Backbone Road, you mean?
Yeah, for that backbone, just so we see what's different. And certainly maybe it would be better for the developer to kind of answer that.
Let me clarify that a little bit. The Backbone Road, for the most part, I mean, their spacing is a little bit different, but they're meeting the landscape standard. It's for Juniper Crest, where we have that extra landscaping area that there's some hesitancy to be able to landscape that fully to our standard.
I think there's a TBD thing.
Well, the idea would be, at least the conversations I've had, you know, just casual conversations, right, not formal here, was the idea that we would essentially allow that landscaping to match what's on the other side of the street, on the north side of the street, right? So that there's not a requirement to go all the way in that huge preserved land. I mean, it's, what, 40 feet wide? I mean, it's insane.
Are you talking about the width of the landscaping?
Yes.
Because across the street is turf and we don't do turf anymore.
Yeah, that's
So
what
you're
I'm
talking
saying.
about the width of
About the width, right. Now, I don't know if that messes up the trail. I don't know how that's a different conversation, so I'll let Wendy, you know, argue that, whatever we need to do there. But I'm just saying, I think that part of the difficulty in the time frame issue is the cost of doing all of that additional landscaping, right? It's a lot more money. So if we can shrink that down to essentially match the width that's on the north side, and then I don't want to say anything that's going to be on record here, but let's say handle the additional land in a appropriate manner that won't be part of the landscaping. I think it works better for the developer, and I think it helps our timeline better too.
Can we make it two separate items where the road is item A and the landscaping issue on that side of the road is item B?
Yeah, but
Just for Juniper Crest, is that what you're?
Yeah, just the Juniper Crest Road, not where they're conjoined as a single project.
There are two separate paragraphs in the MDA right now. So the one is about the construction of the road, and I just closed it.
And the completion of the landscape.
And then the other one is the offsite completion. So the road has a stipulation that they say it's about a 6-month construction period, and once they're hitting houses that need it as a secondary, we won't issue building permits until it's built. Our understanding from the group is that they intend to build that right away because they have a permit with UDOT to hook into Mountain View. Those expire, they're not easy to get, so they're under pressure to do that. The offsite is the one that they want to come back and within 4 years do that landscaping. So we propose that they do it within 2 years. I don't know how that's going to tie up with the actual construction of the road, because those are two separate paragraphs. And there are some moving things happening on what does that landscape actually look like. So we've separated them. I think you can handle them in the MDA separately. Really what we need to know, and again, the developers here, or at least their representatives, is if they proposed 4, we've said 2 years to get those offsites done. I think there's some opportunity to continue to discuss what do those offsite improvements look like. I don't know that you could put them in the MDA. I don't know that you have to, because right now they would have to follow our standard. But I'm looking at Todd to see if I'm misspeaking, because I'm not an attorney. I just
So
pretend to be one.
the offsite Juniper Crest has an exhibit attached to it, Exhibit I. And that kind of details what Juniper Crest landscaping, what they're proposing. So if you want to make any changes to that, and that, as Nathan said, we're proposing 2 years, they're proposing 4, then we need to clarify that before we get the agreement signed.
That's from the completion of the road?
No, from approval of MDA.
I think it's 4 years, yeah, from the date they sign the MDA.
What exhibit
So
was
that could be by the time they get the Juniper Crest done, a couple years to finish that landscaping project.
And this is proposed from what they want to do, the offsite improvements.
Crest improvements will be constructed at the same time as the Juniper Crest connection.
Let me see here.
Come on up, Chase.
Something like a dog on a leash, just waiting.
What about a cat on a leash?
We're fine to do 2 years. I think that the easy answer and the explanation for that is we were prioritizing the park over the offsite improvements, and given the limitations on the financing and the funding that comes in tranches, again, we were putting most of that money into the park instead of the offsite improvements. If the city's interest is to have that offsite landscaping done first and then the park second, we can do that. 2 years is fine.
Which park are we speaking about?
Panorama Park.
Yes.
The council wants both.
At the same time? Okay.
Want it all.
Yeah.
I would prefer the park over these offsite improvements, personally.
And I completely understand that. It's just, since before I got into office, the residents in this area have been demanding a solution. And
To the road or to the offsite, to the landscaping?
to the landscaping, that is, the road, they're very excited about the landscaping. They are
1B.
Yeah, no, it is the premier issue for that area. I mean, it just looks like a dump, and it's horrible, and it's untenable. There's no walking path. There's no utility for the people. The kids are in the mud waiting for the bus. Like, it's just weeds grow in there. It is crap, and you know, I want that park to be finished, and I'm excited for the plan for the park. But building a park when there's not any new houses going in right away seems
What's
premature.
that housing timeline look like and path? Where's development potentially starting?
Down by
by Slick, by the campus, is ready, right? There's water available down there. Everything that's south of Mountain View is dependent upon water tanks being completed and infrastructure being installed for that.
Okay, so we're talking 4 or 5 years for that, correct?
All the way up to Mountain, sure. Yeah, you're probably talking 6 or 7 even. Closer down to Mountain View corridor, as soon as that water infrastructure is in, you start going from there. So
The more intense
16
stuff
months,
down
I
by
don't know,
Mountain
Justin,
View
I'll just
corridor
start
first.
first.
That stuff's gonna go in first.
Yeah.
Okay, so when's your next tranche of funding? Say we do swap the improvements for the park. What's that timeline look like?
You know,
in your
I
guys'?
think the analysis is actually more not what tranches there are, but how much from each tranche goes where, right? If you've read some of the red lines that we've added, we're committing $7 million to open space. If you take
Minimum.
Minimum, correct. And so if you take, thank you. Wendy was on the leash there waiting to jump on that one. Minimum of $7 million. If you get your first tranche of, say, $3.5 million, and you split it between the two, you just got to wait till more money comes in. If you put all $3.5 million in one improvement, whether that be the park or the offsite improvements, that was the balance in our minds. And we talked about that a little bit at the last meeting, right? That if money goes here, it comes out of here. And that's what we're, I think, all on the same page with. It sounds like the timing is something we need to figure out. And so to answer that one, we're good with 2 years. We can put that in there. And if it makes it easier to say, rather than putting the details of what that looks like into this agreement, maybe we come back at the time that that's ready to be installed and have a plan that we coordinate with staff to say, this is what we're proposing. Because frankly, and this is a little bit selfish, and I think Jim mentioned this last time, he would rather spend more money in the park than 50% land cover. And I understand the city standard. We're not trying to avoid that. But in our mind, we'd rather spend those dollars on a dog park and things that are a little bit more active.
Agreed, and that's what I'm saying. For if I'm not clear, I'm advocating for something that saves money on the cost of the Juniper Crest, the South Road. Yeah, that gets it finished, gets it complete, makes it nice and aesthetically pleasing and functional, but preserves as much funds as we can for the enhancement of that park, which is right at the end of their street too, right?
It's going to bring people to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a benefit for those residents and for the new residents, right?
I wonder if we just take their exhibits as is, and if they want to deviate from this, they come back. So this is the base minimum of where they're at, already what they presented. And if they want to deviate and either decrease or increase on Juniper, they propose it.
We're going to have armed to one in 45 days. I mean, I'm okay with that, because I think that it's the risk is more on their side than our side.
Yeah. Because is this above city standards? Minimums?
No, this, if you see, it's trees. I don't think there's any shrubs in this, so it wouldn't meet our standards, but
As far as Juniper Crest goes, I think that Bryce and Ryan can figure something out that will, right? Are you saying yes? Yes? Okay. Can come to some happy medium that makes sense and looks good.
Well, I think we have to think too, I don't want to save money at their expense of the residents in that Juniper neighborhood, but I think we need to look right. And that's not what I'm, right, and that's what I'm.
I want it to be nice, but
whatever agreements or whatever things we can work out, we've got to understand that could be money could be applied other places too. So I think that's.
I don't know, does anybody else see the irony in this discussion with what we just talked about over a meeting, right? That option A is not 50%, it's well below any of that, so. Yeah, right, I mean.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're
splitting
trying-
hairs on
that's what we're
something that
getting
can be
at is-
done later. The main thing is the 2 years, the 4 years, I agree on the 2 years.
Yeah.
Right, really kind of needs to be done with the road, those aesthetics are just as important to selling houses really as the park is gonna be, and, I mean, I'm fine with
So
these. I'm fine
within
with
2
these.
years, we're going to connect the road and complete the landscaping.
Yeah.
As to exactly what that landscaping looks like, we can come back and amend that and revisit that. We can punt for tonight. Okay, I'm good with that.
Can I make one suggestion? And this is obviously subject to Todd's approval. Can that not be an amendment to the development agreement, but rather just a city council approval? An amendment requires public hearings, and maybe you want that. I'm not trying to avoid that. I'm saying procedurally, it would be much quicker to say, we've worked with staff, come up with a plan. We're not coming to you for just an administrative decision on what would otherwise be like a site plan or something.
We could do something like that if the council would like. If you want to go through the public process of an official amendment, then yes, we would need to go to the planning commission and then city council.
I would put it this way, I'm comfortable with the administrative decision. However, before I'm ready to have a vote on it, I would want to have at least a town hall meeting or a public meeting with the residents there, just so that we can review the plan and the landscaping.
Yeah, we have community meetings that we often do.
So it doesn't have to come back through council, but involve.
Yeah, because
you,
before
probably
I'm ready to make a vote on this, I want to make sure that I've reviewed it with the residents and they understand what's going on.
I think it still comes back to council.
Cut them out of that,
It just
of
doesn't
a
come.
public inter.
Well,
No, that's what I'm saying,
what
it
we're
can't.
just describing is it wouldn't come back for a vote.
Wouldn't come back to council.
It would be
It'd be an administrative decision.
But that wouldn't preclude holding neighborhood meetings and
You
talking.
could still do that outreach.
I was actually suggesting
Yeah.
you do come to council.
Correct.
As
Yeah,
just like a
that's
consent item almost, right? You don't have a public hearing on it necessarily, but you have the
an
opportunity to
amendment.
discuss it and.
Is there a way to do that?
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
could still
The,
have
the council can act as administrative body, but you got to understand that you are putting on a different hat at that point. It's not legislative. Does it, meet the criteria that the council has discussed and get approval?
So similar to what we did today, but without having to do an amendment is what we're getting at, with a full-blown amendment.
Right.
Correct? We can do that. We're okay with that. Is that what you're getting at, Steve?
Yeah, because that's what Chase had suggested, is bring it back to us, but not as a legislative decision, as an administrative decision.
And I think you could handle that either way. If your direction is to your staff, when this comes back, you're bringing it to us in a work meeting, we're going to have conversations about it, and we're going to tell you, administrator, what your decision is, then we could do that too, because that's kind of the way it works. You guys tell us what to do.
Okay, I think we're all on the same page there. I'm going to try to keep us moving,
Did
because
you blame us for?
Now,
other questions, I think we've addressed those, other questions on
the
this.
next item that was raised is maintenance of park strips.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on the backbone
Are
road.
you okay with the HOA doing that?
Yes, and we
Is that what
actually,
we prefer?
we prefer that.
Okay.
That would be our request, is that we dedicate those to the city, that they're public, but that the HOA maintain those.
And that's just the on-site ones, though.
This is on the backbone road.
Yeah.
Yeah, where we'll have the trail on both sides.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Sold.
Win-win.
Okay.
And the solution we propose that we've used in other places is to just require that on the plat, to say that this will be an HOA. We can include some language if we need to capture that in the MDA, but there's also, that plat level approval that requires certain notes and things to be on there, and we could capture it there if you'd prefer.
Okay. Other questions on that? Maybe bring up.
On the MDA?
Can I have a point
Panorama,
of clarification?
Yes.
So the landscaping for Juniper Crest will be done, we'll change it to 2 years.
Yep.
As we proposed, and then the park will be done at a different, later time.
Maybe we handle that.
Whatever Wendy says.
That goes into my next line of questioning.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't clear on what the council's decision on that
I got
was.
several
Go
things on
ahead.
the park. So, I'm gonna go back to our discussion a week or two ago, whenever that was, the 30th, I think. Steve brought it up, and to kind of reference why we generally require 20% open space. And I know that technically That's a requirement with PUDs. We're just doing this by MDA, but the principle is still the same, that when there's increased density from kind of what I will say is the traditional norm, that the point of requiring that open space is, for lack of a better term, to act as a pressure release, right? Place for people to go, rather than a traditional neighborhood where people have yards they can go play in and that kind of stuff. With higher density, and especially with some of this topography, that's not really possible, and they need places to go play and do things, and set it in the street and behind people's houses to cause trouble, right? So what's been discussed with this is that while Rosecrest's requirement has been satisfied, especially with their decreased area, that say 20% threshold, while not a firm requirement of an MDA, but the principle remains the same, is not represented here. What's been talked about is a fee in lieu. We've talked in general that I think we're all okay with that idea. And so our direction was to give us was to quantify what that means, what that actually is going to be. And there's some language in here, but it's still pretty vague. So I've got several questions. One is, how is $7 million arrived at, right? What's that calculus? So if we're talking an amount of land in exchange for money, we should have an amount of land and a dollar amount designated towards that and the equivalent amount of money. I'll just run through a few of the initial questions, right? One, what time frame is the next one? Is that going to pay for what projects? As Wendy has pointed out in some of her notes, this city, because this is being done by PID, city's not collecting any impact fees for parks. We're not going to spend any money improving those areas. So might understand that the plan proposed is going to be paid for 100% by Panorama Development. And one way or another, is that what the minimum is referring to? So just clarify some of these things. And then the when, what time frame and phasing, that might be part of the PID discussion, as I mentioned earlier tonight. And then this is referring to Panorama. Does that also include Wasatch? We've said we've got a separate one for Wasatch coming in here. Or is this all part of the PID? Does it need to be in that document? There's just a kind of too many loose ends when it comes to the financing of these things for me.
Can anybody speak to that?
Which question you want me to start with?
Let's maybe start with how is the $7 million number arrived at? What amount of land are we talking about? What value was assigned, et cetera?
So as you mentioned, our approach has always been, there's land, open space that's being dedicated by Rosecrest pursuant to the requirements of their MDA. There's open space that's being dedicated by Wasatch. We're kind of in the middle of all that, right? And the hilly area that it is, it's hard to say, we're gonna carve out 10 acres here and make a big park. So we've tried to piggyback on what was already happening to add value, to add dollars to those areas that are being dedicated. And how we got to that $7 million amount was to really come up with some designs. We didn't give ourselves a budget. We said, what would make sense here? We've worked with staff to design a dog park, some trails in the area, talk about a potential bike park on the South Hills bike park area that you can see on the exhibit there, pulled up on the screen. And as we went and costed all of those out, we're just at over $7 million. So that's where that number came from. To put that into context, if you were to collect an impact fee from this area, instead of a PID, your level of service is about $5.8 million for what we would pay. And that's just based upon the current impact fee for parks, trails, and open space, and the proposed use types, so the multifamily, single-family uses that are proposed in here. And so we used that as a scale to say, okay, where are we at in terms of what the city would get if we just came at this under a normal approach and dedicated some land and paid an impact fee, as opposed to going in and actually building it ourselves, dedicating that to the city. So that answers the question of how we got to the $7 million number.
Kinda, yeah.
Minimum, right, Sherry?
So the next, I'll kind of go past that. And so the next part of it is, okay, so this is the plan we want to do. This is what we anticipate it costing now. But this agreement is minimum 15 years, potentially 25. $7 million today is way different than $7 million later. So is there language in here that says that the developer will build these things over the life of this plan? What's the timing of those things and phasing? Or again, I didn't see any of that in there. That's something we need to address in the PID.
Great question. So I haven't looked at it that way before, but I think you're right. We have committed to building Panorama Park within a certain amount of time. And there are certain, I think it's 18 months we had in there.
Yeah.
18 months after we begin. So we start 180 days after the PIDs issue new debt. And we have then 18 months from that time to finish that park. The details of that park are spelled out in our design guidelines. So we're committing ourselves to those things.
I'm not concerned about everything. That's
Right.
a big development. There's
Right.
a lot of other green on that map.
There is a lot of other green. And the other improvements would be the trails within the rest of the development. And what we're committing to in the MDA is to say that when that phase comes in, when that subdivision comes in for approval, they have as a requirement to construct those trails within the footprint of their subdivision. And that language is in the MDA. So on the timing question, right out of the gate, within 18 months after we begin the construction of the Panorama Park, we're going to have those improvements completed as set forth in the design guidelines. And as we talked about now with the offsite Juniper Crest landscaping, we'll have those done in 2 years.
Perfect. So
Just-
park. Go ahead, sorry.
I just want to be clear, you're still committing to doing the park quickly, or do you need, because what I heard is our council wanted this road, and now
Yeah.
I don't want to get to a spot where we're like, oh, wait a second, that's not what we meant.
I should be paying you, Nathan. I shouldn't say that on the record, but I appreciate you recognizing that, right? Because that was the trade-off, right? Is we wanted to throw it all at the park first, and then the landscaping improvements later. Timing on that, Ryan? What do you think?
I'm looking for it.
Just a point of clarification
Yeah.
too, Chase. I don't see the 18 months listed in the MDA.
Yeah.
4.3.1 says 180 days of issuance of the bond, but then it just goes on to say dedicated to the city within 3 years of the commencement of construction of the Panorama Park. So where is the 18
Yeah,
months?
at the end of 4.3.1, all of the Panorama Park improvements detailed in the design guidelines shall be completed, and any portion of the Panorama Park not owned by the city will be dedicated to the city within 3 years of the commencement.
I don't have that latest update then, because my red line doesn't
Is
show.
that not in yours?
Sorry.
Okay.
I don't, there's a few different.
So it does say 3 years. I apologize. Yeah, 3 years.
3 years, right?
3 years.
Yes. So the confusion might be, Councilmember Oren, there's a couple different MDAs in the links.
Yeah, I was a little confused.
Yeah, that's
So-
why I was asking.
So the first MDA is a kind of an older MDA, and then.
I'm on the red line one. On the red line one.
This is what I have in the thing. There's the 180 days, but this says 3 years.
Yeah, that's the same as mine. I just don't have anything with 18 months, but it's 3 years,
No,
right?
It is, yeah, I think it is.
And what if we just flipped it? We had proposed 4 on the landscaping and 2 on the park. What if we just did 2 on the landscaping and 4 on the park? I think it's going to be done before then, but that just gives us a little wiggle room based upon some of the limitations that we've talked about.
Well, when you read some of the stuff, it feels like the desire is to really get that park done. So I don't see any reason why you guys would delay that.
We're not. And it's going to be right there in some of the first phases of our development. We're not going to
Gonna be a
wait
big
for that.
selling point, right? It's
Yeah.
gonna be- I didn't hear the answer to the question, Jared, you asked about, you were answering right as I walked in. There's a commitment to build the park to the amenities and standards that are outlined in the MDA, even if it's more than 7 million, right?
So that's just fine tuning with Todd. So
okay,
we need to have, make sure that there's language in there that says that the developer or developers are obligated to pay for the Parks and Trail plan that they're proposing in this.
Yeah, not a dollar amount.
Right.
Because inflation happens and things, right?
The idea with that was to say, instead of listing out, this is the exact tot lot we want to put in, we're going to put in a tot lot, and we're going to work with staff on what that looks like. And they're going to say, yes, this is the one we want. We're going to go back and forth. And then we're going to go spend the dollars on the one we figure out. Same thing with like where the bathroom goes or what the bathrooms look like. Those are all things that we're committing to. We're just saving some of the details to be figured out with staff, and then the dollars will spend themselves.
And those are great, so that's why having the plan in there that you sent earlier the day helps. I just want to make sure that we're specific in the agreement that who pays for the plan, regardless of what the cost is, because we will have nothing to put towards any of this.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I don't anticipate their development to pay for the improvements that we're proposing in Juniper Canyon.
Yeah, if they're
I just want to be clear on that. We've got money budgeted for that already. We have the impact fees that are coming from Williamson that will go to that. So I think even though it's on this map, it's just part of the bigger grand plan for that area, right?
Well, that makes sense, though, because we're getting impact fees for them, and without getting impact fees, we have to have an avenue to pay for.
well, and if this is their plan, they're putting in their area, and we're not planning on building any of it, right? So one, I just want to make sure that we specify that. And then the phasing, I don't know if you heard that, Steve. So you heard the park part. My question was all the other things, so especially the trails. His answer was that the MDA does.
Those are coming in as the phases.
As the
go.
phases
Yeah,
come
okay,
in.
yeah.
That's the next section, 4.3.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then, of course, I mean, this is Panorama and South Hills Wasatch, right? It's going to be the same questions for you guys on the minimum 2 million. It really just needs to be, we're going to pay for this plan.
This right here, right?
Right.
Okay.
This is what.
That covers my
That
list.
covers yours? Okay.
And are we
Any other?
comfortable with this?
I'd like to bring up the, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to answer that HOA question. I'd forgotten we added this, and I think this was something Todd and I had gone back and forth on. Section 4.6, the city may require the applicant of such development application to include written assurance in the form of a note on a plat, maintenance agreement, or other instrument. So we do have language in the MDA saying that the city can require that when we come in for that approval, the maintenance of the backbone road, open space, the trails along there. Just wanted to close the loop on that.
Is there, I don't know, Blake, maybe you want to talk to your idea of a maintenance agreement?
We have a standard form for maintenance agreements, so we could just utilize that. And
We have one that we did with the Cove too, right? Same thing.
those make it cleaner, because we seem to always have residents that move into the neighborhood, and then the HOAs get turned over, and then they don't want to maintain it, and so it's nice to have an agreement in place.
Right.
If you're okay, council's okay, I'd like to bring up the public
Wait,
comment. And
I just have one more ticky-tacky one. It's in the recitals in F. It just says, sorry, do you need a gavel?
Sorry. Oh, no, this one is.
It says, the projects are purposely designed to help mitigate the housing shortage. I would just really like that to be taken out of there. It's just opinionated, and this is just a document that's an agreement that doesn't need to be in there.
Sure. I will never object to taking out fluff, so.
Okay. Is council okay with me bringing up the public comment? Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, if you've got a comment, then if anybody else has a comment on this, then we'll, if you could just state your name and. Yeah, hand it to him.
I will try to be brief and get through this. Yes, mine, and actually, before I start, I just wanted to mention, because this map is kind of difficult to read, the thing that I'm talking about is, and I don't know if I even have the ability to move this cursor, but there is a strip that is basically on Juniper Crest Road where there's kind of a right angle in the red line. There is a strip that is colored in yellow, and that is the specific thing that I was going to talk about. So I apologize if it's kind of.
Oh, I know right where that is. Where those apartments are getting.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
right
that's
where
what
the
I'm talking
Juniper
about.
Crest Road name is.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. So in the previous version of this proposal that was shared with my neighborhood, and I live in the neighborhood close to this, and it would essentially be next to this development, there was a strip of green space that abutted the commercial area, which is now replaced with this apartment complex. It's kind of odd to me because we do have this like Panorama Park, we've got green space on the other side, but now there's this apartment complex that's in there. This strip of land already has a trail running through it that's currently being used by the surrounding communities, and I would be kind of disappointed to see this turned into a major complex when this wasn't part of the previous versions of this proposal. And just to be clear, my opposition to this is not opposition to the development itself, nor there being apartment complexes. I really wouldn't care if the entire development project was apartment complexes. It really doesn't matter to me. I just don't like that this one strip of land will no longer be a true trail or a green space. And at the City Planning Commission, there was a statement that there would still be, a sidewalk running past the apartment complex. But, being real, this is not the same thing as a trail through the green space like there is right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
There is going to be an 8-foot asphalt trail behind the apartment complex. If you look on there where that red line is,
Yeah.
that red line is where the trail is going to be moved to.
Yeah,
But that
it's
is going
just
to
that
be
there's
a-
no more green space there
Is
anymore.
there a cross-section for that? No, it's just the 8-foot trail? Or do we have proposed landscaping or anything through that area?
Is there buffer behind the apartments, like any kind of landscaping buffer?
No, it was supposed to go, it like goes in front of where the apartments are right now, and they're just moving it to the behind the apartments.
Yeah, it's just odd that there's a park, there's green space on the other side, and there's no continuity with the park. It's a little odd. Thank you.
Fair point. I appreciate it, Andrew. It's a great point.
Good
Thank you.
comment.
Talking about this little part.
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nothing that kind of.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't care.
We asked them to put that trail connection in there to get to Juniper Canyon Trail on that side.
That's because there's already a trail there.
Oh, I remember we did have this discussion, having that going down and then connecting along Mountain View up to the Juniper.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure there was.
Right, because we want to make sure there was some connections up, eventually up.
I'm sorry, you're speaking
Never
so
been told that
softly.
before. So we had the previous discussion that we wanted that trail to connect down and connect over to Juniper.
Yes, and it
Along
will.
Mountain View, okay. And Andrew, I think, I would say, completely understand, and I think we're trying to move some green space around it. I think what we've done is just move some green and consolidated it in this instance.
Yeah, to
It's
get
tricky, yeah.
I believe, and Chase or Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, that small green space that's right along Mountain View corridor is a detention or retention area. Yeah.
It's not.
And is that owned by Mountain View or UDOT, that spot, or do you guys own that now?
Any other thoughts on that?
Is that a detention pond or a retention?
Detention.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that one thing we've learned through this whole process is that, my mom used to say this to me all the time, is life's full of little trade-offs, right? There's no way around it that we're sacrificing some existing open space right there, right? Where there's a trail, we're taking that out and we're putting something else in, right? But we are moving it to create a more contiguous, fully functional, large park, the Panorama Park. And you notice like we have that becomes the primary green usable space, right? Is this one large park in the area. And I think that, ultimately in order to get that kind of a thing, in order to get the densities down that we talked about, in order to move the higher land use intensities towards the corridor and the single-family residence up on the hill, and all of these other things that we're accomplishing, that unfortunately, that little sliver is part of the trade-off that had to happen. So I fully acknowledge the comments, and I think it's a valid concern. I just think this is the compromise solution we came up with, so.
Well, Councilmember Warren brought up a good point. There's probably going to be a setback, right, between the houses
There's some
and.
trees, there's some,
So
a buffer, yeah.
So there'll be a buffer on the trail. So it might not be as big of a green space, but there is going to be some.
There's going to be a trail with some buffer. It's not just going to be a big old cement wall. Right
Wall, 8 foot, and then.
Concrete
yeah.
tunnel.
there. Yeah, which is, when you look at this, you might assume that.
Yeah, so hopefully that helps a little bit.
Are there fences currently down the backside of those units? Off of Garrison?
There are.
But you have alleyways between the units as well, right?
Oh, yeah, there's a fence there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments on this from council?
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, we're pretty sorry to make you wait so late. Thank you for being involved in this, yeah.
And please, if you have any other concerns, reach out to me. I'm your representative for that area, so I'm happy to talk with you.
Okay, any other comments, or I guess I could entertain a motion at this point? Well,
Point of order.
What?
So to heed the advice of not to, beat things that have already been discussed, I've not presented I haven't put together a presentation, but I did put together a summary. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So that is a summary of what we had talked about from the last meeting to what you have in your packet today. What I failed to do and what I didn't provide to Todd was the actual redlined agreement, but the changes that are summarized in there capture what that redlined agreement is, and I'll leave it to Todd to say, whether he believes they're in there accurately or not.
Given me what to say with the motion.
Okay.
That's on the third one.
Okay.
But
There is still one other thing that
I'll
we
do
need
the
to-
I'll do the MDA with this info.
And so on there, I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't want to go through each one of those. If you had questions, I figured you would have asked me. But one of the items that I did want to discuss was comment number. Comment number 5, section 3.4.2.
3.4.2, yeah.
So I had a conversation with Todd about this, and
Oh, yes, thank you.
the feedback was, let's bring this up at the council meeting. Basically, what that provision says is that there's a condition that certain amount of commercial space be developed before you move past a certain building permit. We understand the impetus for that, the reason behind it. The difficulty that we have with this particular development agreement is we have 13 different landowners who each own individual parcels that we would have a hard time convincing to move forward with this when the obligation for commercial is held by the owner of the parcel where residential units would be built. So I guess what we're saying is we just don't know how to tie those two together in a situation like this where you have so many different owners who have individual interests that frankly they're trying to preserve for their individual parcels, when a commercial user or a property owner of commercial property might not be on the same time frame as somebody else who's ready to develop their property. So again, I understand the impetus. Our recommendation is that we just strike that unless we can figure out some, actual criteria to look at. But it just is really hard to reconcile with all these different property owners in this particular agreement.
So that item's something we recommended, the language on there, the 80% and 50%, that's what we recommended.
So this came from when Chase and I first started talking about the MDA. I said that this has been historically an item for the council where they're interested in making sure that commercial is built and not just residential. At last meeting, it wasn't in the MDA, so I put this language back in there just this past week. And that's why it's new and it hasn't really been discussed up to this point. So it's up to you if you want this type of language in there, or if you don't, but you want something in there, Chase and I will probably need to figure something out. Or if you're okay striking it, we can do that too.
Tell me which area you're concerned about, Chase.
So which area?
Yeah, which area?
I don't have, I have a thumb drive in my pocket with about 4 hours worth of slides. I don't want to pull that out. But
right.
We have a map that shows each one of the individual parcels and the ownership of each of those. If you take one of the 5-acre parcels, for example, that's further up on the mountain that would likely be impacted by this 80%, they'd be the 20% that would remain. They would be otherwise ready to develop, but they would be waiting on someone they have no tie to, no business connection with, other than they were both parties to a development agreement. That party would not be able to go build their units until 50% of the commercial was constructed. And so what that does in effect is it creates a policy where you're not allowing housing to go forward that is owned by someone totally unrelated to the commercial developer. And so again,
We're not one developer, one land parcel.
yeah, it's so many different we're the master developer. It's different owners that are impacted.
And that is a
Want us to
unique.
pass it tonight or not?
Well, so the conversation I had with Todd and with Nathan was, what do we actually use to measure? What objective criteria can we point to say, these are good factors to look at when coming to a conclusion on this particular policy? I'm not disagreeing that the 50% commercial to 80% ratio is wrong. I'm saying in this particular scenario, it doesn't make sense. And I don't have a good solution for what does. And so we're here to have a discussion, but our preference would just be to strike it. I mean, there's so much that goes into that, right? We know the freeway entrances and exits are kind of in flux. How quick the market actually develops, the housing market, to support the commercial, that all changes over a 10, 15, 20-year period.
What commercial, the north side, the south side.
What other commercial gets developed, right?
It's a little bit difficult, though, because I've been to commercial, ICSC, those types of things, and the message to Harriman is if you build, that will come. They're asking for Harriman to provide commercial. And if you're, and if you're a residential developer, it's hard to focus anything on that. So you get keyed into focusing on your residential, right? And if you agree to sign on as a party to an agreement and somebody else is a little bit lax, then guess what? As that party, I'm calling that person and saying, hey, get your act together, right? So I completely understand your point on it and the difficulty behind that, but that's just the flip side of the argument both ways. I'm not suggesting exactly what we do, but I think that there's probably an argument to be made for both sides.
I don't disagree with you.
Is there a different metric that we can use?
Don't know.
Or a trigger system? I don't know what.
I think there's definitely things you can do, but I think the challenge is saying, you own this land, it's planned for residential units, the infrastructure is there to support it.
You can't build because...
you can't build it because another person has their money tied up in another project and they can't start something right now, or they've got another priority they're involved in, or they're waiting for an agreement to build something 2 years from now that's gonna be, you know what I mean?
I know exactly
There's
what you
just so many complexities with that. Although it's under an umbrella agreement, it's hard to bind that many separate and disparate landowners to a single timeline. That's where it's challenging. And I've thought about this afternoon about, could we find another way to do it? Could it be, when within the time of the Mountain View corridor being completed, or the off-ramps being, I thought about every kind of thing, and I just can't figure out how we can.
What is our fear? Like Sherry says, what problem are we solving? That they're gonna hold these commercial developments and not build them until they have to?
Well, I think what it's being compared to are two other specific projects, and the big difference being that those two other projects are a single landowner.
Yep.
Right? True. And very different projects.
Different situations too.
And
The other thing is the housing here actually supports commercial that's already being built, right?
Yeah. Or that will be built.
Yeah, or that will be built.
And it will continue to, I think that it won't be an
it'll prove out the
issue,
success of the
because I
other
think
commercial,
it's just gonna get built because it's needed.
And there's not a trigger to remove the commercial zoning. The commercial zoning is gonna be there. I mean, that's why.
We're not gonna.
And I would make that point that we don't have any language in the development agreement that has a sunset on that, right? We're saying we're committing to this acreage of C2, and if it ever changes, it's at your approval, right? It's gonna stay that way, and it's not gonna change unless this council or another one changes their minds.
Remember,
Iceberg has to be
there's a
open.
zoning change happening with this as well.
Right.
We're actually changing the underlying zoning of the land to commercial, and we have no obligation to change that or alter that at any time.
Yeah, I definitely.
the state.
I don't disagree at all with that.
Oh,
Okay,
did
mulch-
we put in there that in that C2 zone, you can't put a school or a church?
Oh, did we? Did we put that in there?
Did we put that in there, that you can't put a church or a school in the
Yeah, we
C2
deleted
zone?
all the
Yeah.
civic
Okay, good.
language. Yeah.
Okay, then I move we strike that item then. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I support that too. Okay.
Yeah, me too. But just remember what I said, if you build it, they will come.
They will
That's
come.
the message from.
You know what, for the record, I would actually love to have that conversation, not just in the context of what we talked about here, but what that means, right? What building it means, because we have a lot of parties that are interested in selling that land, so we want to make that
We have a
happen.
great commercial development team, a great economic development team that will help you with that.
That's exactly right. Maybe we're coming to ICSC with you next year.
There
Maybe
you
that's
go.
what I'm hearing.
Let's do it.
We've got some people we recommend you not sell to as well.
Are we ready? Okay, so we
Okay,
did
let's do
something
it.
for them.
Jared?
I have one more, I have a couple more items.
Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to push this along. You guys are killing me here.
So the first item, I just wanted to bring back the discussion about the open space and the pod with the apartments. It's currently zoned MU2, and that doesn't require a rear yard. But the proposal here is rezoning it to RM, which requires a 40-foot back rear yard. So it will be a 40-foot rear yard requirement with the trail in it, so.
Perfect.
Oh, nice.
So
Oh, that's
that will
awesome.
help.
Oh, man, I wish we could have. I hope she gets to watch this
Sorry, I
interview.
was a little slow.
But are they going to be individually fenced in for apartments, or how's that?
Where it's apartment complex. We do.
We need to reach out to her.
Before the parking lot.
Okay.
And then the last item I had is the engineering review fee section, 6.4.1. I just wanted to change it to not require an exhibit that has a list of the burden costs for each individual employee doing the review, but just use wording that says, and I have the wording here, but generally, we'll just charge the burden cost for the actual time spent by each employee on the project reviewing and inspecting the project.
Instead of the,
Instead of
yeah,
putting
we
salary,
talked about
that
that,
will
right?
So antiquated costs, yeah.
Yeah, the actual cost rather than a fee, right?
Just asked to include that in the motion.
Oh, boy.
What motion is that
So
on?
hold on.
One comment I had is that Chase and I have been working on some language. There's the public landscaping, private landscaping requirement. I sent some language over to Chase. Chase modified that language. I just saw that language today. It's not language that I love, but just if you could give us some discretion for the city manager and myself to come, I think Jason and I can definitely get there, but I just don't like the language that they have proposed back to us that's in the market. So if you can give us that leniency to make some of those minor modifications that still have the same intent, I would appreciate that in the motion.
And just for the record, we are committing to do that, just like you had with the Hidden Oaks MDA. We're going to require our builders to come in and do that front yard landscaping. But in addition to that, we're adding the language to the MDA, like Todd's pointed out. So we're good with that. And Todd and I can figure out what that language is.
So in our motion, which would be the third action?
Todd's got a list of everything for me.
He's got it written down for you?
Yeah.
It'll be part of the third action, right? For the-
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And don't forget to eliminate that fluff.
Are we ready now?
I don't think I included that. Eliminate fluff. Got it.
Mitigate the housing shortage, take that out.
I'll just do all three to make it easy. Motion to approve ordinance number 2024-27, approving a general plan amendment for 318.73 plus or minus acres of property located at 15202 South Mountain View Corridor to low, medium, multifamily residential to neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, mixed-use neighborhood, commercial, and civic land uses.
Second?
By Jared, second by Teddy. Jared?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for that.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2024-28, approving a zoning map amendment to apply the R210 residential zone on 91 acres of property, the R215 residential zone on 150 acres of property, the R2043 residential zone on 32.1 acres of property, the C2 commercial zone on 30.5 acres of property, and the open space zone on 16.1 acres of property located at approximately 15202 South Mountain View Corridor.
Second.
Motion by Jared, second by Steve. Jared?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That motion carries.
Brief.
Oh, man. Okay, hopefully I can get all
Don't mess
this.
this up.
So before I do this, I'm gonna just confer a little bit. So I can read through all that, including the changes on this, and then the additional changes listed here. Okay. All right, here we go. Motion to approve resolution number R37-2024, approving a master development agreement for Panorama Development with respect to approximately 318.73 acres of property located at 15202 South Mountain View Corridor, including the changes provided in the attachment given to council today, striking item number 5 or section 3.4.2, along with these additional changes to ensure that Panorama will maintain the landscaping for the backbone road, require the off-site juniper crest landscaping to be completed within 2 years, require the off-site juniper crest landscaping to be reviewed in a community work meeting and work meeting before being presented to the council in a regular meeting as an administrative item, to require Panorama Park to be completed within 4 years, clarify that the developers are financially responsible for all the open space requirements as provided in the MDA. Already said strike that section. Change section 6.4.1 to clarify that the review costs will be at the current hourly rate. Eliminate recital F. Allow the city attorney and city manager to make some clarifying language throughout the agreement.
Wow, that was deep.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Second.
Teamwork.
I'll second that motion.
A motion by Jared, second by Steve. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Those motions, all three motions carry. Okay, is that it?
Tell Jim he can enjoy his vacation now.
I don't think he's breathing yet.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, here we go, another one. We're going to move on to item 9.6, review, consider a proposed general plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, and an amendment to the South Hills MDA to facilitate the construction of approximately 1,400 residential units. I'm going to sneak away for a minute, apologize. I'll be right back.
Now he can breathe. He's going to sleep for 3 days.
Okay, thank you again. You're doing a terrific job here. One more, South Hills amended and restated master development agreement. This is essentially a cleanup of an amendment that the council previously approved a few months ago. This does reflect a recent approval to expand the South Hills Development Agreement, again, an existing master development agreement in the city. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission. We had a public hearing. The Planning Commission did make a number of recommendations. This is a summary of what's in the proposal. It does contain, as the mayor introduced, a general plan amendment. And so here's the existing and the proposed general plan, as well as the zoning amendment. And again, as the council knows, all we're trying to do here is align the general plan and the zoning map with the land use plan. One of the issues that came up and we discussed in the October 30th work meeting is that there is a hillside overlay on our current zoning map. Again, we were trying to bring the general plan, the current general plan, and the current zoning map as reference documents into this amended and restated development agreement. The original request from this development group did not include a request to remove the hillside overlay. I asked the question, what did they want to do? They had requested that it be removed entirely from their area. That was something that the Planning Commission had reviewed and did not ultimately support in their motion to you, their recommendation to you. Staff looked quickly at where are those areas that still have those topographical features We talked about how a lot of the proposed development is outside of those areas, but you can see clearly that there are some areas that would be regraded to accommodate the development. In the end, the applicant is still maintaining a request to just simply remove all of the 30% slope overlay from their project area. This is the amended land use map. Again, this is consistent with what was approved in the previous amendment, and this is just a general cleanup. We did ask them to kind of rearrange some of the columns as just far as, again, just that sequential of kind of information. We have the land use, the acreage, the number of units, and then we clearly see what the average density is for each pod. So I appreciate that this development team was willing to make that a little more readable. We also, as we remember, Pod 20, originally there was a land use plan that came much closer to Camp Williams. This is reduced under the council's direction, but admittedly it still within that area of influence from the military. Again, another thing that South Hills, or Wasatch, has been willing to do in this South Hills agreement is to indicate community plan, street, and block level details, which we've not previously had in this South Hills agreement. We've not had an exhibit like this. The open space plan, as you know, they've been trying to work together with DAI and the Panorama project, trying to coordinate that. Again, you received some comments from Wendy Thomas commenting about the direction of the open space plan in this MDA. This is the combined open space. For reference, again, we looked at these in the October 30th meeting. The studies of what are the impacts from noise and other activities from Camp Williams, they look at it under neutral weather conditions. When there is inclement weather or unfavorable weather, those cloud layers tend to reverberate and kind of intensify the noise as far as where it travels. So in making these recommendations, the Planning Commission and the council discussed how can we mitigate that, how can we notify potential residents that they are living in an area of impact from the military. This is something that I know our city managers experience in other cities that I've worked for as well. And then at the public hearing, the representatives from the military did attend the Planning Commission meeting and express concerns specifically with changing some of the agricultural zones, primarily in Pod 20, but there were other zones as well, where we're kind of intensifying the land use from a forestry recreation zone to an ag zone or a residential zone. So the list of kind of recommendations from the Planning Commission, this was something that was identified and that the applicant has agreed to, just relative to cleaning up all of the documentation. Again, this is, the applicant wants to remove the 30% slope. This was the Planning Commission's recommendation that it be maintained. Applicant has agreed to correct all the numerical inconsistencies. Again, from what I saw, it looked like that was all corrected. I don't know if there was anything further from the city attorney's review, but I believe we've caught that all. And this is the series of recommended conditions from the Planning Commission that, again, Wasatch has agreed to in some form, trying to provide notices to future buyers as to what they're moving into. We want to make sure that we have transportation planning coordination and also the trail plan, and then some specific ways of addressing some of those worst condition areas as identified in those reference maps that I showed you earlier. Again, all of those the applicant is willing to agree to. With that, I don't know if you have any other questions for staff at this point in time. Obviously, representatives from the Wasatch are here to answer your questions on the South Hills ARMDA.
Okay. Council, want to go have at it?
Put together a reference. My main one is the open space again, just that you guys are okay adding the same language that we did to this that we did for Panorama. Okay. That's my only one.
Yep.
I have some comments.
Okay,
and
please, yes.
Concerns. So, as you saw in the packet, there's a red line version of the South Hills ARMDA that I went through, and I believe it got sent out. So the first one is the technical guidelines. These are guidelines that are 56 pages. And one thing that we've talked about with the auto mall is how do the design guidelines differ from what's actually currently in code? What we didn't spend time doing is seeing how the technical guidelines were different than what the code requires. So I think that'd be important to clean that up. There's a reference to zoning in Exhibit B. This definition didn't match the regular meaning of zoning. When you look at Exhibit B, it's a map of the pods. I couldn't find what the actual underlying zoning is. So I think we need to have a zoning map included. And there were some issues with the numbering in the exhibits, so I think that could be easily fixed. We would add the landscaping requirement like we did with the Panorama MDA. That wasn't included in the last version of the MDA that you reviewed at last council meeting. Phasing, just like this is a discussion topic similar to Panorama. Should there be a phasing plan with commercial and residential? I did include the exact same language as the Panorama MDA as far as there needs to be 50% commercial built by the time there's 80% residential building permits pulled. I don't know if that's an issue with this development as it was with Panorama. There's a large section about outsourcing that I think just needs to be stricken. That gives the developer discretion of, well, it gives the city or the developer discretion of outsourcing. The city already has that discretion. So then it gives the developer the discretion of outsourcing something that we would normally have control over. For example, we have engineering review. What they're proposing is that if they get an engineer to review it and stamp it, then that's all we need. So we're just accepting that without any review. So that was section 3.6.6.
14.5? Is that the one? 3.6.14.5, is that the acceptance of outsourced work?
I think the whole thing, 3.6.
So I don't have the red line version, I just have.
this
It's in the link.
3.6.14, it would eliminate the whole
Oh,
section.
because I had that one marked to talk about anyway, so you already have it in there. Okay, got it. Okay.
There's
I had agreed with all of the red lines. I just assumed that had been done.
There was some commitment on behalf of one-time review, denial of application, dispute resolution, and denial based on non-city agencies. Really, we would just be all of that would be reviewed. We have guidelines by Utah code. We're only given so many days to review something. I don't know why we would deviate from that process. And if there's an issue with that, then we would just go through the normal appeal process of those type of denials. So I'd suggest deleting that. And then, Steve, your reference to section 3.6.14, which is just a little bit lower in the MDA, I'm suggesting deleting that outsourcing of inspections. So that's the inspection aspect, which, as you know, the development community has been pushing for their ability to hire their own inspectors without the city having control of it. So delete that whole section. Delete section 3.11, which is the phasing. It just states that the developer can phase it in any way that they want to. Typically, when we look at phasing applications, because we are expecting phasing to occur here, we want to ensure that the infrastructure is complete from one phase to another. So I don't think that this language helped the city at all.
But as long as there's infrastructure in place, we don't care if they're at this end of the road and then over here, right? We're
Right.
not objecting
No.
to that? Okay.
No,
Just
not at
want to
all.
make sure, yeah.
The term of the agreement, I had some red lines that were a little bit different than the Panorama MDA. It's same in the sense that it gives essentially I think it's a 15-year initial period. And then instead of 2 5-year periods, to make it that 25-year in total. Because this property has been under some sort of agreement since 2020, and we're in 2024 now, so they've already had it.
2004
Yeah,
or something like that.
2000, there was an original one, and then when Bluffdale had that thing, there was an ARMDA in 2008. But a lot of it's been under contract since 2000. So because it's been under contract for so long, under an MDA for so long, I thought the renewal period should be shorter to 1 year each, so they would have a 17-year total term instead of a 25-year total term. This was just, you can agree to the 25 years with the same as Panorama or something like this. I wasn't really set on it, but I did want to explain kind of my rationale behind it. There's a section 6 that talks about applications under the city's future laws, which gives the developer discretion to, if the city changes any laws in the future, they can pick and choose whether they want to follow the future laws or the laws that they vest in, which I think is bad policy, because you're either committing to what today and what the current laws state. And then I think it's an opportunity for the city and the developer, if something does change, to agree to those changes. And there's several reasons why we would want to. There's a change in development timeline that works better for us, works better for them.
I think we talked about this earlier this evening, right? Is that, like, when we changed the water conservation thing, right? There's a kind of I can't remember what the countervailing interest that, like, we have a legislative mandate to change something or fix something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This would preclude that from being enforced too, right?
Yeah.
And we would like to be able to put that in force if we need to, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
There was some discussion in 8.1.1 and 2 talking about security for public infrastructure and bonding. I am suggesting to strike that language because we'll just use our normal bonding process. And securities, we have forms, we use them for every development. I didn't think we needed to deviate from that. This is in section 9. There's a upsizing requirement, and this was both in the Panorama MDA and this MDA, where it would give the discretion to the developer to accept our upsizing request, which is a little bit backwards than we've ever done it. Typically, we require them to upsize, and then we have to pay that upsizing difference. So I just changed it to mirror the process that we've always required.
11, right?
Section 12 was regarding municipal services, where we commit that we would treat this development as far as police, fire, emergency services, the same as we would any other development, which I couldn't really understand the rationale of why we would commit ourselves to that, because what if we fail? Does that cause us liability? I think it's just bad policy. And there's some other minor changes, as you saw. There's an extended cure period, which I suggest deleting. Arbitration disputes, I hate arbitration. I would much rather go to mediation. So I'm suggesting to strike out all the arbitration language. I think that's most of it.
I love that you shortened this substantially. I had read through the red lines. I'm supportive of all those changes you've made, and I assume that back with the developer, we're good with that. This has been run through the developer, and they're good with all these changes also, or we don't know?
I sent it to Michael, and I don't know where he sent it after that. I did not personally send it to the developer.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the red line items.
Yeah, and the 1333, which is now 1133, the withheld from any subdeveloper for a default of the master developer. I didn't like that language either, so thank you.
How many total red lines on
This
that?
one had the most I've probably ever had.
So like 10, 15, 20, 30? So far?
Um,
That haven't been
19
corrected?
plus that I have comments, so.
That haven't been corrected for tonight's meeting, right? Or that we haven't gotten updated?
Yeah, I honestly don't know where the developer's at on it.
First, we're hearing about any of these red lines at this meeting.
Mayor, I mean, with that one comment, I don't think we're prepared to make a motion at this time, and we table it.
Do we hear from the developer?
Yeah.
Where's our breakdown in communication?
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm curious where our breakdown in communication is.
I'm not exactly sure. This was submitted to the city quite some time ago, and I have never seen a copy of these red lines until this is the first I'm hearing of any of them. I've never seen an actual copy of them. And we had this prior meeting where we all sat in a room and worked through all of these questions so that we could make tonight's process a very simple and quick one. And that's, I don't think, what we're looking at here. So we went through that meeting really for no reason, only to have sort of a bomb dropped on us here. And I think a lot of the things that Todd said we're agreeable to. And to be honest with you, we can go through here line by line, depending on how long you guys want to be here, because I can't keep tabling this. I can't keep holding this up. We're already building, we're talking about the PID. We've got utilities in the road. We've got outfalls that are being built right now. It's just, we're in a situation where we just cannot miss the next housing market. As soon as water tanks are built in the summer, we are going for it.
So that'd be my question is, I'm disappointed because I thought we were gonna have the same thing that we did with Panorama. Go through all of those.
And I'm okay with the standardization of many of the things that Todd spoke of.
And with both Panorama and this MDA, they were revisions that I made about a week ago when I was doing staff report review. So, yeah, some of these are definitely last minute. I don't know if I was really provided the ARMDA until 2 weeks ago, maybe, Michael. So I didn't have myself personally a lot of time, but I don't know where the breakdown between the city and the developer was.
We can do triage later, but if it's all right for tonight, do you mind if I go through the list and see if we can?
No, I would much rather do that than have to table it and come back for another meeting and
Yeah,
have,
if you guys are amenable to
and have
that.
staff scrambling, trying to get another staff report in to squeeze it in.
Because it sounds like most of them are
Yeah, I think
similar to what
that's
we
the
did
right
with.
Yeah, but I'd like to go through them again, just so we can address each one quickly.
And I liked what the
John?
previous applicant said, in that maybe there's something that can be done administratively, even with you as council administratively, where we don't have to have a formal council public notice again, but can maybe achieve some of Todd's
I took
comments.
I think it depends on what's left.
Do you mind if I kind of go through and?
What maybe it might be the best is if we actually pull up the MDA, John, that's the red line version.
Red line version is.
And then we can just go through and then you can say, agree, don't agree. And if we don't agree, then I can probably come up, I've done it many times, come up with language on the fly.
So maybe before we go to that, can I maybe speak to a few of the things Michael brought up in his presentation?
Sure.
So the first one is something we did discuss in that meeting. It was the 30% overlay zone.
Mhm.
And we had given direction for you guys to get together and identify some common areas that made sense. And did we not do that? And we're just back to, we just want to get rid of it altogether?
Yeah, again, we're very happy to leave all of the 30% overlay zones that are outside of the already approved land use master plan. And again, it was stated in the last meeting that this piece of property is under a mining agreement with Staker to mine for development for all of those areas that we've identified in that approved currently approved land use master plan. Anything outside of that, again, we're happy to leave. But, and I don't mean this to sound disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, but we can't, under our mining agreement with Staker, we can't keep them from mining something just because it's a 30% overlay zone. And again, we heard about the 30% overlay zone a month ago.
In the planning commission meeting, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I get it, they're somewhat separate, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but more or less under the mining agreement, they can just go do it all anyway.
Correct, and it was very specific too, that it, talked about trees that were 6-inch caliper or more, or native shrubs that are over 10 feet. Neither exist. Neither exist.
And what we're saying is, I don't know if there's a way to put in here that or if it's what you're saying. I'm not an attorney, I'm not getting into the weeds with that kind of language, but to me, when I look at that map, like if they do what they're proposing here and leave everything else, I'm good.
Yeah, there's those little yellow hatch sections on that map. They're like right in the middle of something, and you're like,
A middle of a development and land use master plan that's already been accounted for.
Leveling it out to the rest of the development, so.
And again, we have every intention the entire site is a re-veg. So we're gonna revegetate all of the open space that Staker has mined with already existing like-type shrubbery and trees and so on and so forth. Quite honestly, it'll look much better than it ever did.
So my question,
even before it was mined.
My question for the MDA is, does it work to strike that language, or do we add language that says the map that they showed us is fine, and don't touch anything else? What's the preferred remedy?
I think having them commit to the map and in some form in the MDA, allowing them some deviation from, there's going to be some lot lines that move around, that sort of thing. We can definitely get there.
Okay. Do we have that map?
Yeah, they've submitted the map, and I think that's the benefit of what we have. They're committed to it. I think the MDA language isn't just the best. So
I think that's one of those things that I'm comfortable letting you guys clean up that formal language. That's one of those let the city manager and the attorney fix that later kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as it doesn't make us deviate from the existing land use master plan, because all of these units are very, very difficult to move, and some utilities, even in the upper pods that are adjacent to Camp Williams, already have been graded, and will soon have utilities going in those roads. One of which is a road that leads directly to a city water tank.
Right. So I think we can accomplish that. And then the next thing that was mentioned on that I know several people have questions about, we have some people in some great looking outfits back there that aren't suits that are here, is pod 20. I don't know if you guys have, I don't have questions on that, but.
I believe it's pod 20.
You guys might.
14 and 12.
Well, I think for their benefit, I don't think we owe our partners, because they're partners as well, right? I think we owe them kind of an explanation as to how, I believe 20 is the only pod we are adding to the MDA, correct?
It has already been added to the MDA, but we did deviate the way it's laid out.
Correct.
To push everything as far north as we possibly can while still maintaining the units that are in our pro forma.
But
Now,
even before this, before even the last amendment,
Correct.
20 was the only addition. So just from way of information, so you guys, this was an MDA that was created when did?
2008.
2008.
Yeah.
The only one they added that we've seen as a council, because we absolutely respect it, that, we've been out there, we love the relationship we have, 20, and they were still entitled some units under the FR 2.5. So we asked them to take those units they could and move them as far away from the camp as you can, hoping that this is the end of development to get them a farther away. So we were we've talked about that. You get stuck between the landowner, you got the landowner's rights versus trying to protect the base, so that's kind of where, so just so you understand, saw the letter, completely understand. So we tried to do what we could within our abilities right now to protect the base. So, and hats off to you guys too, Craig, for moving away from it.
Thank you.
So, is that fair enough to say on pod 20? Nathan.
So they had, and the planning commission had asked for the notifications and the sound control. Are those in the technical guidelines? Because I didn't see those in the MDA.
We haven't, no, we have not added them in yet, but they will be a condition of this approval is that we need to add these in the ARMDA. That will do sound attenuation to an extent regarding windows and R factor of insulation. We'll do, in the closing documents, front and center, we'll put some information on this is where you're moving and this is the proximity to Camp Williams. This is what you're going to be expected to hear from time to time. Now, certainly it's a lot less frequent than the even more decibel stretched thunderstorms that we get all the time, which are, some things that of course we can't control them and we half the time don't know when they're coming.
But it's hard to call God.
It is, yeah.
The base will
And
get
I
called.
understand too.
Yeah.
To be fair, I never get a call or a notice when those Blackhawks fly over my house at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Wake
No, I
me
know.
up.
No, I agree. I
And-
love that sound. I mean, I think
Again, it's a sound of
awesome.
freedom, right?
That's right,
And
man.
it's like,
But I guarantee if you live by airport number 2, you don't love those sounds because they're more frequent, lower to the ground, all that stuff. So proximity is different.
And I understand the proximity thing, but when you buy a house near an Air Force base, you understand what you're getting yourself into. When you buy a
But
house
as-
adjacent to a golf course, you're going to get balls in your yard.
Yeah, I used the example of the Air Force Base the other day. I mean, that is part of it. Just for point of clarification, as we're working through on the fly here, those mitigation efforts are specifically to pods 20, 14, and 12?
I believe I saw it earlier. It's in the presentation that you had up, I believe, or it's in the
2012 and 13.
2012 and 13, excuse me, I was off by one. Yeah, it was in the staff report.
Are those the only pods affected with the overlay zone?
I believe those are the ones that showed up in the
In the
neutral,
decibel range?
that decibel range.
During high cloud cover days.
Yeah, the overlay goes 5,000 feet, so it's a mile, so there's a lot more.
It affects people on the other side of non-view corridor.
Okay. I think those are the main things. You already gave me the head nod to include the same open space funding phasing language as Panorama, which brings us to, as far as I can tell, Todd's red lines.
Technical guide, okay. Page 6, John, if you can go there. And I think this is probably one of my biggest concerns, Craig, is the technical guidelines. It reads like an HOA document, meaning that there's an architectural review committee that quite frankly doesn't make sense in having in the MDA. Some of the things in the design guideline, actually, they're fine. The setbacks that you talk about, that sort of thing. So I think if we strike all the language related to where the city doesn't have purview or jurisdiction over, I think we could probably get there. But I didn't notice, Michael, Exhibit F in the packet, which is where the technical guidelines were located. So maybe we'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
So the zoning, that's, as you can see, this is 1.2.56. It shows Exhibit B, which is just the pods, the old pods. What we need to do is have a zoning map that matches what you're currently going to be building. So in this area, it's going to be R210.
Right, and then that zoning exhibit that you have that side by side of what's existing and then what it is that we are asking to go to.
Right.
Essentially matches up with.
So I think maybe there's one of the problems, because in the
It's just
attachment, we
mislabeled.
just have the existing zoning. There's no proposed zoning. It's blank.
Exhibit E, it's just mislabeled.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
Yeah, and it was in Michael's presentation earlier, where it was two different graphics on the same screen. One was the old on the left and the new one was on the right, or the proposed one was on the right. And I know one of the many reasons why we wanted to do this amended and restated MDA is to clean up the zoning so it matches with the land use master plan. And when you look at that zoning map, we're not asking for anything exorbitant by any stretch. It's really a matter of cleanup, for lack of a better phrase.
Leif, Did you say Exhibit D?
E is in Edward, Echo.
That's the
That-
park
that wouldn't-
chosen open space plan.
Yeah.
And we're missing an Exhibit D.
we're missing D.
I think we're missing D. E is Parks and Trails.
It's just called zoning change exhibit.
I don't see it in there, though.
And that.
So you could change
that
Exhibit
error
B to
is
match
from
that
submitting
verbiage.
ARMDA application, a rezone application, and a land use application. The zoning change exhibit was part of the rezone application, not the ARMDA, so it should have been submitted as the rezone, and then we should have added it as an exhibit. That's my error.
I'm so confused.
I'm trying to find it. I think maybe that's where the confusion came from, because it's not clear where that's at.
We're just looking to verify if it's in the packet somewhere else.
It was in Michael's
Presentation.
presentation as well.
And if you want to just do a quick track changes on that and change Exhibit B to the verbiage that Leif just stated, we're fine with that.
Yeah, we need to clean that up, right?
I'm also remembering now that why it wasn't included is we wanted the rezone application to be approved before inserting it into the MDA as an exhibit.
Yeah, because that would be the cart before the horse.
I think I see it here. Attachment C. There's an existing zoning and a proposed zoning.
Did yours do the same where it's just the one and then it's blank underneath?
No, I've got,
This has both.
I've got
Oh, it's
existing
yeah.
zoning and proposed zoning.
Mine doesn't show that. Mine just has one side of that. I'm not sure why.
This is such a huge set of
The very last
attachments
page,
that
in attachment
we
C,
got little
the
different-
very last page. Very last page.
Find the red line document on this one.
Attachment C, very last page.
This packet was so massive. You bear with us, this was the biggest packet we've ever had go out to a council. We had to do it through.
Yeah, no, I
Now,
understand.
speak for yourself. Some of us have been here long enough, and there are some that are way bigger than this.
This one, actually.
We've had some pretty good ones.
Is that what we're looking for?
So I got the
Yeah.
general plan, and then we've got the zone change.
Okay.
Fourth
That helps.
attachment C, South Hills, ARMDA 2, PDF.
Perfect. That clarifies my issue. The next one.
So this was
Page
one
119.
I did have I do remember seeing this because pod 20, they're changing it to R1. I just want to make sure that they're limited to the number of units you gave them in the Fifth Amendment, that we don't get in a situation where somebody comes back later and says, well, we're entitled. Because there is a statement in this MDA that says they can move to 3 to 8 units, and I don't like that language at all, which is different than anything we've ever done. But this one, it just feels like then all of a sudden that they could do 3 units per this, and we'd go. Now, we've capped their total number of units, but I don't want to get into a situation where somebody says, well, yeah, you capped it, but I'm entitled to this, so.
Can you
just
do
a
that with a
concern.
zoning condition?
Well, I think, we're drafting this in the MDA, so it's seeing how this zoning is done, but when this MDA goes away, this zoning stays.
Okay.
And so I would still leave it FR 2.5 there, and you gave them the units, and if in 25 years they don't develop and they want to come in, it's still FR 2.5. I'm just,
There's
this
two
one
ways
was a
you could
major
do it.
concern to me.
You could do it FR 2.5, but then MDA says we can cluster.
Yes, correct.
Or we can do it this way and say you can't do more than the 48 units in pod 20.
I like Nathan's idea just because it outlives some of this other.
Correct, and I think that's what Todd was trying to get. That should be what that base is, and then we can do exactly what Leif says. We can say you can do this, which is that zone doesn't necessarily allow it, but the MDA could allow them to do that, which is what I think you did in the Fifth Amendment, because this is the Sixth. The Fifth Amendment already.
Okay, let's do that with the,
Whatever's easier for you.
let's do both. Can we do that with both? Let's do, they can cluster and limit. maxes out the number of limit units. FR 2.5, they can cluster, but it maxes out the number of units in that.
Correct. And so maybe I think we should still, let's go through Todd's red lines, because I think we get to that, or maybe not. I know it was my comment. I was a little concerned about they can cluster units, and it had just a definition of low and between 3 and 8 units, and and I actually think Craig's already talked about it, that this plan's probably what they're going to build because of the topography and the infrastructure. And we know that today, but in 15 years from now, I think that's what we still want. And if none of us are here, we want it to be clear this is what we've approved.
Agree.
So
Are
that.
we okay with that? Do you guys have any concerns with that?
No?
Okay.
I think that gets.
Council, we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. I'm trying.
All right,
I want to get to midnight.
3.4.1.1. So this is language that Nathan and I talked about. And this is probably where this same discussion that you just had right now on the transferring residential units between pods.
Or exceeding the underlying zoning.
So if, we probably need to talk about caps on number of units per pod. Is that what you're thinking, Nathan?
Well, so my concern specifically was pod 20, where it wasn't this 3 for low and 8 for medium. It was based on that FR 2.5, and it felt like this was not in sync with that previous approval. This was something much greater. They do have a maximum number of residential units that is, believe it actually gives the number of units. So they are capped with that, but I didn't love the way 3.14, so I just put, or they can't exceed the underlying zone, whichever is less, which is why I would argue that you keep pod 20 as a FR 2.5.
While still only allowing the same number of units, which is what you previously said.
Correct, it was the 48 units, which is what the FR 2.5 allows you. And then I just didn't want it to come back.
2.5 as it exists doesn't allow clustering. So
Right.
we're going to make an exception to that for this development.
So keep it the same, adding the clustering element to it.
Yeah, I was just concerned that if this was done the way it said and somebody came back later, it's 100 acres, so they get 300 units, because that's the low. And that's not what anybody up here had agreed to.
Or you could just, instead of it, or exceeding the underlying zoning, whichever is less, make an exception for pod 20.
Yeah.
Well, I think we want to do that for all pods, though? Is that what you're saying?
I think we're okay with the other pods.
Yeah, I think, but again, as we talked and we move up the hill and we move further west, there are going to be unforeseen elements that may require us to maybe move a couple of units from one pod to the next, while still keeping the same units. So I think there has to be, the allowance for some minor shifting without putting us in a tight concrete box. But I do understand your concern. I just want to be able to, again, get the same number of units. But we have to build in some sort of.
Well, and that's where I think your red line here is you're not exceeding the underlying zoning, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is different than the way we did it with Panorama, which is we said, okay, as long as it's, we gave them kind of a range if you're doing this. I think if we put that language in there and we look at the underlying zone, because they're fixed on the number of units they have, if they cluster them all up, that means there's a lot less to be spread out later. So as long as the maximum residential units is capped, you're not going to get too much more. I just want to make sure that we're also not, especially with the military impact there, that we were trying to protect that, and that's really why I put that in there. So
you want to cap them at 555? Are you still at the 554.9 units?
It's the 48 in pod 20. So it was keeping pod 20 as FR 2.5 for the zone, and then you put this in there. So even if they move a few units around, because I think it's actually more than 40, it's like 49 something. Or
Yeah.
they could move some units, but I understand where they're coming from, because they've got it out, hey, we're gonna have 120 units here, and all of a sudden, there's an outcropping of rock that they don't want to blast, so they're gonna shift 15 units out of this one and over here. That makes sense. That I think we want to allow that. I just want to protect Pod 20 very specifically.
So this red line is good there, coupled with the zoning will keep that area FR2.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have, allow for clustering on Pod 20 up to 48 units.
I like that, yep.
Okay. 3.5 is private landscaping. This is similar to what we would require of Panorama. So, Craig, any landscaping needs to be done by the time you get C of O, and if it's during the winter time, then you need to bond for this.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
we've actually spoke about that. We accepted that. Yeah, we're fine with that.
The phasing, it has the same language as Panorama. The 50% commercial needs to be built by the time 80% residential is built.
John,
Yeah,
can you scroll down?
we're in a different situation than Panorama is, because we have Academy Village across the street, which is those 50 acres that we're currently working on. So we already have commercial that we're trying to already build out and maximize.
Okay.
So for us to, when we talk about commercial, we're talking about Pod 5A, which is obviously going to be in the land swap agreement that we have with DAI. So that's what would be applicable, from what I understand, to this particular ARMDA. But since we already have commercial across the street that we're trying to fill up, I'm hoping that we don't have to build a certain percentage of Pod 5A out before we build out the rest of the development. We want to be able to put as many homes and bodies here in close proximity to the existing Academy Village to make that viable. Then we would go into Pod 5A.
And I feel another extremely important aspect of that is the water infrastructure that will serve the commercial area will be one of the hardest pieces to finish, because of how we have to link two tanks together via a pump station or a temporary pump station, just the way the infrastructure lays out. We're not going to have total full control over getting that commercial, that whole area, even the residential there, because it'll be contingent on connecting the existing water infrastructure.
And that, I believe, is controlled, sorry, city engineer, that's controlled by Zone 2, correct?
It's controlled by all.
Pod 5A? This is an old phasing plan, but
No, so there are PRVs that are planned
Okay.
that can connect. So when that infrastructure is built, they're not contingent on the Zone 2 line that you're referring
right,
to in
it's
Leif.
just like we're doing with Pod 17 and 16, that PRV that steps it down to be able to allow for reduced pressure here
Correct,
will be the same that we're doing here.
correct. And there's also a PRV inside the pump station that connects Zone 2 and 3 that could be fed through.
Gotcha.
The next one's 3.6.6.
So did we come to an,
Are you okay with the
3.6?
commercial piece? Like 50% of the commercial needs to be built by the time you get 80% of the residential. So you can build up to 80% residential, and then you have to have 50% commercial.
But
just in this
just
area.
in this little Pod 5A,
Right.
area?
Yeah, so I'm assuming it's probably not going to be a problem.
That's, yeah, we're talking years down the road.
Yeah, okay.
Not in your Wasatch.
What's that?
Not in the other one, not in the,
Well, we want to get Academy Village done before we do this.
that's what I said, yeah, that's why, yeah.
Absolutely. But I think that by the time we get 80% of the homes built in this development, Academy Village will have been built out.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Completely, right? So then the 5A portion, commercial portion that you're talking about will be a moot point at this time, but I understand why you want to add it in.
Okay.
Yes.
80% unit.
Well, no, we're talking about the entire development.
No.
Pod 5A commercial, 80% of that, 80% of the entire development has to be built out, at which point we have to have 50% of the commercial built.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the next one is 3.6.6 on page 9. So this is the outsourcing of development applications that I talked about.
Yeah.
And this essentially allows you discretion to outsource your.
It's really based on timing. It's like if we're delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and we have to move and we're under the gun, then we are allowed to be able to bring in a third party because we're not getting the response in terms of time from the city. That's really why that was put in. If we get the response, if we can put some sort of contingent in there that says the city will be obligated to respond by this particular time, then we can strike that line.
Well, and we already have that obligation in Utah code. So we have a set deadlines that we have to reply, within, I don't know, 30 days or 14 days.
But who polices
14
it?
days for,
Senator
yeah.
McKay.
So,
But that's a self-imposed deadline, right? There's no,
No, it's a state.
it is, okay.
state, yeah.
Perfect.
And they're looking at making some clarification changes this next legislative session. The next one, John, is 3.6.9 through 12 on page 10. So this is kind of going towards that same concept of timing review, development application, dispute resolution, and then what you do by denials. And these are all based in Utah code, so. Are you okay with?
Is this your comment number 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's covered by the state code.
Yep.
Yep. Next one's just a little bit lower, 3.6.14, outsourcing of inspections. We would do the inspections, if we can't, we only have 3 days to do an inspection anyway under Utah code.
Okay.
So, all that's.
It's better than 15.
Yeah. There was a strike of phasing on 3.11 on page 12. So this just states that you can phase it at any way that you want to, which I think is, you can do that anyway. What we would be looking for is making sure that the infrastructure is complete between one phase to another phase.
Sure.
And again, that would just follow our normal standard process.
Yeah, and again, if we have to go into phase 2 and are ready to go into phase 2, but we don't have water lines for phase 2, we're not going to build.
Right.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that this was a big.
And just for your knowledge, we do have a phasing plan. It's been in numerous different exhibits that have been shown up on these screens over the past 3 years. For us, it's, and this is weird for me to say it this way, but it's the way it goes up the hill. 17, 16, 15, and 14, and then pod 8A. So those are all of the pods that are along the trunk road that lead directly into the Staker property, into pod 19, and then through to Panorama. So obviously, just logically speaking, we would want to do those particular pods along the trunk road, because once you have all the utilities in the trunk road, that creates value, and you're going to do all of your phasing along the road, so you don't have a sort of scawampus situation where you're building 250 yards away from the main road, and you don't have utilities there. It doesn't make sense. But we're happy to provide you with a phasing plan that shows how we plan to build this whole thing out.
Okay. Next one is 4.2.3 on page 13. We just made some minor changes on if there's going to be a code change, whether it's the International Building Code, the APWA. I included state or county regulations.
That those get brought into the agreement based
Right.
on, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
4.3, we could either leave it or not. I wasn't set on it, but I didn't think we needed to reiterate what the legislative powers of the city are.
Can you scroll, John, down to 14 a little bit? Okay. John, can you go back up to where you were before? I'm fine striking that.
Okay. Next one, John, is just down on section 5, term of the agreement. And this, I think, is probably more of a council discussion than,
I know it's been existing for years and years and years, but we've just started to really make headway. So to use the whole breadth and width in terms of time of the entire MDA, I think is not really the best course of action, because, roughly the first 16, or I should say 14 years of the MDA, nothing happened with the exception of mining on the property. So we're just trying to buy ourselves some time. And did we overreach a little bit? Maybe. I think we can find some common ground there. But we're trying to buy ourselves some time so we can account for any unforeseen market factors or matters of force majeure, or things that none of us can foretell. So that's why we wanted to extend out that time period. Do I think that we're going to need that time? No.
I'll say I personally, I don't have a problem lining it up with Panorama. I mean, it's all coming
Just
in at the same
mirror
time.
the same.
Just mirror the same
language
timeline.
that we used in Panorama, which is the 15 years plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5.
Panorama, we also have every four-year review.
Yeah, and Panorama added, Craig, a 4-year review requirement. So we can add that to this term.
Okay.
Area.
Thought we had that in here already, but. is that-
I don't think we did.
We have too many of these.
I know, it's like, I don't know which one.
So just real quick, after we go all through these red lines and we come to some common ground here, and hopefully if this is approved, when will we be able to get all of the comments back, and what time period we'll be able to get all the comments back, address them, and get them back to you so we can finally rubber stamp this?
I think as long as the council's okay with our discussion, what we've had, as far as if they're good with the red lines that we've put in here, and if they give the city manager and I authority to clean it up with you.
Yep.
And then we could, I don't know. maybe-
I would like to make one suggestion about that.
Yeah.
Is I think that, I'm really fine with that, but I think that the council should appoint 2 members to just review the final draft.
That's fair.
Before it
Yeah.
goes in.
No,
And if
I
there's
love
some
it.
major issue or something that we can bring it back, but I don't foresee that happening.
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of that.
I got subcommittee.
And I hope that would be the case, because that's why we decided to go through all these red lines right now.
Exactly.
So where we're at, we're in section 5 in the term of the agreement, and we're good mirroring that
With the Panorama.
to
language.
Panorama.
Yep.
And the developer's good, so
Okay.
we can change that language to
Let's
match.
keep going, we're almost there, we're almost there. Let's keep going. We're all
Number
getting
6, you want to strike.
6 strike.
That's choosing.
This is the picking and choosing. If the city changes their laws in the future and you like them, then you can choose to follow those laws as opposed to what you vested in today.
Yeah, we're fine striking that one. And I've been going over the 2008 MDA. I think 90% of the things we're going over are from the original MDA. We were asked to amend and restate. As we worked together, we added everything you wanted. We took out everything you wanted. This is all new, but I just want it to be clear, this isn't new. Most of this is not new stuff we tried to add in. This is stuff from 2008.
And I think that's true. We see this in a lot of our old ones. It just seems like it's
Yeah.
not necessarily.
Vestiges of past agreements, yeah.
Strike that then, okay? Bonding and you said you were okay with that
We
one,
talked
right?
about the bonding for landscaping, yep.
Yep, we're okay with that one. Okay.
Just a warranty bond, not a straight cash bond, or what kind of bond are we talking about?
The
The value of
cash
the
bond,
landscaping improvements?
letter of credit, and I think there's one more.
And it would just be.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
sureties.
that cost of that. And typically, we're only doing those in the winter when you can't do it, right?
Yeah.
If you're still building, so.
This is renumbered now.
Quite honestly, we could require the resident to even do that if they ended up buying the house, moving in, well, it's still a dirt front yard. So either way, whether it be us or the resident, the end user, we can figure that out on our end and supply you with whatever you need.
The next one is section 8, the upsizing requirement. Just made it that if we're going to require you to upsize, then we pay for that upsizing difference.
Say that again, please.
If we require you to upsize, then
Yep.
we pay for the upsizing difference.
You would pay for the upsizing difference,
Right.
yeah, yes.
The way it's written right now is that you're given the discretion of accepting our upsizing. So
I would rather, my discretion would be to have you pay for the upsizing, so I'm okay with that language.
So yes.
Section 12 is the provisions of municipal services. This is police and fire and emergency services to the area, requiring us to provide the same service to.
Why wouldn't you? I get it.
Okay.
I love the
What'd you say?
It's a very succinct comment from the city attorney.
I'm not sure why that, if that was in the old one, I'm not sure why it was in the old one, but.
I know who drafted it, but I wasn't around here. I was-
Why this font?
Why is this Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Okay, sorry. keep
Yeah,
going.
next one's page 16, 11.2.4. Yeah, I just changed the language to, so instead of giving you 30 days, it kind of depends on the severity of what is the issue is. Like if there's a dangerous object, we're not going to give you 30 days to cure. But if it's a minor thing, then yeah, 30 days might make sense.
And I agree with you. My only question is, what is the definition of reasonable? Right? I know it's based on the severity and safety
Oh, attorneys love that word.
of all claimed event. Yes, because it's ambiguous.
Vague, yeah.
It's whatever I think.
He's not wrong either.
No, you know, there's definitely some, yeah, there can be some back and forth on what you think is reasonable versus the city.
Yeah.
And typically, we're able to figure that out with our development partners.
Maybe some sort of best efforts language there might be a little bit more,
For good faith.
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
We would add just together. how
Try and
best
define
efforts.
reasonable a
Yeah.
little bit.
We could foresee something that was, needed to be fixed, but with weather, you're going to need more than 30 days, and so.
Sure.
The next one is 11.3.3. The last sentence states that we can't withhold permits from a subdeveloper if they're in breach of the agreement, which I thought that if there's going to be a breach, then there's a breach. So we would withhold permits if there's a breach.
That's fair.
The next one's 13-4. Oh, it requires the breach to go before a public meeting, which I thought was weird. But, you know, if there's a breach, then we just treat it like a
Suppose
breach
you can
contract.
if you want to do that. Seems an inefficient way to.
So I'm assuming there's
I'm
probably
all right no with you
objection
striking
there. So section 13.6 and 13.6 talks about extending the cure period. And again, this goes back to my earlier comment on
Yep,
what's
I
reasonable.
understand.
13.7 is default of assignee, that if there's a default, there's a default. The next one is 14.3 arbitration.
Did we get,
Yes, I'm agreeing to him striking that.
okay, I just want to make sure we're.
Nope, that's for the record, 18 to 19 can go away.
14-3 is arbitration, just getting rid of that language.
You said you weren't a fan of arbitration.
Oh, I hate arbitration. I'd do mediation
Arbitration is the worst.
Arbitration is the worst.
and then court. I would much, yeah, skip
So then
arbitration.
how do you, what language would you like to install in the agreement to deal with disputes?
So right above, there is a mediation process.
Okay,
So in a lot of these agreements, you see mediation, arbitration, and depending on if it's binding or non-binding, then it could go to court. I just take out arbitration.
we can sit across the table with somebody, with a mediator and deal with it and not have to go to arbitration.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I just updated the noticing requirement.
No
so-
offense to Bruce or anyone. That's fair.
The next one is 13.1.3. It's just a noticing requirement saying that it's 3 days after postmark of mailing. Nothing crazy there.
What was the last part of your sentence?
3 days after postmark. So if you mail something, the date of notice is 3 days
okay,
after
okay.
you put it in the mail. 15, the new 15 is amendments that we can agree to amend it. I didn't really love the language that was there before. Any issues there?
No.
Section 15.4. So we see this from time to time where there's, so you're the master developer, and then for some reason, there's a portion of your development that you sell off, and the city might want to enter into an agreement with that developer for something different. So this is just allowing the city to do that without amending this whole agreement.
Simplifying the process, I love it. You're going to have that probably pretty soon with our Pod 23, which somebody's expressed an interest in. And since we have an exorbitant amount of debt, we need to be able to sell off that pod and allow you to be able to work with that particular developer under the same terms of this particular agreement, I'm sure.
Yeah, and this would allow them to use this agreement, or if they wanted to negotiate something separate, then we could do that as a city, right? If they were.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would want to do that coming into it if they read this amended and restated MDA, because in order to do that, it would require a lot more time and effort and money, and time is money, and these people are going to want to build some of these. Our Pod 23 is relatively small, it's 50 some odd units, but they wouldn't want to exacerbate the situation by taking any longer than they absolutely had to. And nothing in this amended and restated agreement, assuming we go through the red lines fine, should be of any real issue for any experienced home builder. And it should be noted that is the only one that we're planning right now on moving. We have a sister company that is going to, our apartment building arm, that's building the Academy Terrace, by the way, is also going to be building the apartments that are on Pod 5B. Just for the record, I'm hearing that they're going to build a product that's very, very similar in aesthetics to Solar Lofts, yeah, which I know
Very cool.
the city's a fan of. So.
Yeah, they're great.
They're going to town on that apartment building, by the way, too.
Yeah, we got to keep the vandals out of there from
Yeah, no kidding.
burning glue and stealing tools. And I only looked at Troy because we emailed about it earlier today.
So if I'm right, though, despite the assurances on this 15.4 or 17.3 is what it originally was, it's just basically saying, although we probably would agree with you that it would be unlikely for anybody to want to negotiate something different, I think this clause is just saying, if they wanted to,
they can.
This is not preventing them from doing it.
Got it. Got it.
The next one's 17.4 and essentially 17.5, talking about modifications and some modifications going to the Planning Commission. As you can see in my comment, if it's a minor modification, typically the way we handle it is at a staff level. If it's an administrative modification, then it goes to the council. If it's a legislative modification, it goes to the council in a public hearing.
I'm okay with that, but what determines what's minor and what's major?
The city staff determines.
Yeah. Did we have
language
language
on what
in-
basis? Is it related to dollar figures? Is it
If they're afraid that the council's going to get mad at them for it.
Typically, when we, so did we have something in Panorama that defined this a little bit better?
Yeah.
So typically, if it's changing any land use, it's legislative, obviously. But if it's like an engineering thing of moving a water line or shifting a road, that's just administrative. So
yeah,
it's pretty clear when you get into it which ones need to go to council, which ones don't.
Typically system, right? System changes.
Yeah, and so, so.
Can we add a for example?
Yeah, would you feel more comfortable if there's
Yep.
parameters?
Yep,
right?
Yep, got it.
This is going to be an awesome motion, Jackie.
This one's a little bit longer.
I really hope the recording's clear.
The next one is section 18, talking about an estoppel certificate. I didn't even know what that was. So I don't, like it requires us to give you an estoppel certificate within 20 days. I don't know what that's for, why it's needed.
It is.
Okay, so
That's
moving on.
Put it in the fluff category.
I've never seen that before.
You can pull 18.
Next one is 22.5, partial assignment. So typically, we like the assignments to be brought before council, before they're approved. This is probably a council discussion on whether they're okay with a partial assignment without council's consent. They would probably be notified, but not consent.
I'm good with
Will that
your
same time
recommendation.
frame still hold in the previous sentence there?
Yeah, if they assigned anything, they would have to abide by the terms of the MDA.
So you'd still have the 10 business days, but you're saying that you could bring it to the council within that 10 business days? What I'm saying is if you look, the paragraph right above what you deleted says, unless the city objection writing within 10 days, the city shall deem to have approved and consented to this, to the assignment. So in that 10 business days, is that when you would bring it to the council?
So I think that's that's related to a total assignment as opposed to a partial assignment. The partial assignment had some different language. I guess it might apply, I don't.
Oh, so if it's a partial assignment, you'd want the council to oversee who's going to be responsible for what?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
And so same with 22.6 and 7, they're both related to denial of the assignment.
So you're saying this is really up to council if they want to strike it or keep it, it doesn't really impact.
I think it would make sense under a partial assignment to make sure that it's clarified who has what obligation so that there's no ambiguity there whatsoever. I don't know when you're going to be doing partial assignments, but if you think I like the idea that it could be brought to the council, but it doesn't have to be brought to the council. I guess if it was some kind of complex conundrum or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So what did we, so what's the?
I'm okay with what he's proposing.
Can be, but doesn't have to be.
So give notice to the city and 10 days to object, that sort of thing. Same as.
Yeah.
I think that's all the red lines, right? I do have one additional question. That's okay. Just in respect to our partners at the camp, then the letter that we received from them obviously would show that this would not be compatible with the military mission there. With two things. The one was noise, which you addressed and talked about, you know, the noise situation. But the other was wildfire, and I'm concerned about that myself. We have definitely had issues with that in the past. The camp has done a great job of trying to mitigate that, and they continue to try and mitigate that. But what on your side, I mean, is there something that we need to put in there that helps make sure that you're making sure these houses have defendable space and things like that? What are we doing to make sure that we're not really continuing to, you know, create a problem with this wildfire interface there?
Has Harriman had any dwellings that have been destroyed by some of these wildfires caused by the camp?
Yes.
Yeah, machine gun fire.
Yeah. And so obviously they, clear respect for them. They try hard. They have a grazing thing up there, also program that they try and make sure that that's kept down. On their side.
Breaks.
Right,
fire
exactly.
breaks.
But on your side, I mean, I drive by Promontory Point all the time, and beautiful very expensive homes up there, and if a wildfire started, they're in trouble because they have no defensible space. And I just wonder what we're doing to try and
So in
help mitigate
instances
that.
where that has happened in the city of Harriman, who has been responsible for, I guess, remediating the situation? Has it been, who has been, I guess, on the hook financially for it? Has it been the individual owner's insurance that has foot the bill for replacement of these homes?
I think it was a total of both. Like, talking with residents, it was, the insurances came in, but the camp reimbursed a lot and actually came to the aid.
And I don't think we're trying to get into a blame thing. It's more, the camp's done a lot to do stuff, but we also wonder if there's something that.
But also when we recognize a risk or a potential risk, we want to mitigate it. So
I don't know what the answer is.
A fire line that's going to be put in, backup hot 20,
I would say,
or?
I don't think we have any of that requirement in any of the
No.
other MDAs. Now, this is close to the camp, and there's maybe, I don't know if that really makes a difference per se, but I mean, we have a lot of homes that we're authorizing being built right along the wildlife interface areas, right, you know?
Sure.
Into the vegetation up in these canyons, all that kind of stuff, and we're not making any obligations or requirements on any of that.
No, but there's county and state code for certain things.
For sure. I'm simply suggesting that we have to consider recognizing it as a threat and seeing if there's something that can be done to help mitigate that. The closer you are to the camp, fire spreads at certain rates, right? And the farther you are down the hill, the longer time you have to respond. But regardless, I just think that it should be something as a homeowner, home builder, whatever, you know, the end situation there, somebody should be aware of that, and we should be trying to look at landscaping ideas and things like that that really help mitigate that issue.
Xeriscape close to the border or something along those lines?
Yeah, just something, I'm asking to be aware.
Backyards, that type of deal?
Yeah, I'm just asking to be aware of that so that we really should try and help mitigate that problem.
I think we'd be more than willing to be aware of that, but pod 20, where we've clustered down lower, every other piece of our property has a property owner between us and Camp Williams. The only one that's along it that we could even do stuff like you just asked is
Yeah.
pod 20. That's the only one.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting we add it to the MDA require. What I'm suggesting is I would ask that you be mindful of that because I think that that would be a good partnership with the camp.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, we've already extended an olive branch to the camp, and we've told them we want to be good neighbors.
For sure.
And we plan on abiding by that comment and that notion. So, yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I hope you're good neighbors, because if not, they're really good at blowing stuff up there.
Which I appreciate.
I know, I heard it today.
The camp is a good neighbor too. I think they try hard to recognize, noise. They try hard to recognize fire threats and things like that, and they implement policies to mitigate the threat as much as possible. And I just think that on the other side of the fence, we should try and do that also.
I think it's a reasonable comment.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Without necessarily a strong obligation, right? But
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
No. So with the phasing plan, or not the phasing plan, but the design guidelines that they had, so you're looking at part of it. This is where I said it, they have a lot of HOA language in there, like the things going to an architectural review committee, that sort of thing. I think this is where the council might want to make sure that they're okay with the regulations that are in here as far as setbacks, building height, building size, that sort of thing, because I don't know if the council wants that detail.
What was the planning commission on this? This is their job, isn't it?
And they approved unanimously 6-0.
This is all basically pre-existing.
So if you remember when we brought this through for Amendment 5, I had a comparison table that showed how this compared to our current standards, and and nothing's changed from then.
Is there a way to make a weird motion?
don't spaz us like that, Todd. Come on, man. Jeez.
Well, for example,
Tell us the things that you're concerned about, maybe.
about half of the pages on there. So everything, the submittals, subdivisions, commercial site plans go to the South Hills Development Review Committee, which I don't think the city's a part of, which I don't think we want to be a part of, but that's, a lot of this language is guiding them. And then it talks about, where there was one where public Harriman City shall endeavor to notify the South Hills Development Review Committee of any and all public hearings involving properties with the South Hills project. Like, this is kind of weird language to have in design guidelines. So this, I think, if I didn't review this like in detail, and it sounds like Blake has, and it's a regurgitation of what was in a previous agreement. I just didn't, like, there's a sidewalks, trails, and pathways provision in here, and I don't know if that complies with what they're proposing tonight.
So maybe we need to clean that language up to be more current.
Yeah, I think it can be
Again,
simplified.
I think if there's a conflict between what we've agreed to tonight, what's in that language, we need to update that language for sure, right? For cleaning that up, so.
Is that something that we can give direction for you to do with them and bring back to the said two designated council members?
So the only thing I would say is, remember, we're doing this armed and we're talking about, but it still applies in other parts. And so we're talking about this new part, but this agreement goes down, so I lost the pods 38 and 39 that are being built, those commercial pods. I don't know how these interact, if they've been in existence. I'm a little hesitant to just on the fly start changing them. So I don't know, I didn't really talk to Todd about if he has, so the question is, are they legal concerns, or are they more business decision type concerns?
The
If they're
latter.
functionality concerns, they've been in existence for 20 some odd years. I don't know if I'm gonna look to the staff who've been implementing how they feel.
Like Blake said, they're just bringing forward what was already approved and is in the agreement. There may be rational reasons that we could agree together to clean this up, potentially, but they are just bringing forward what was already in the existing agreement.
If the council is okay with what with the previous design guidelines, then.
Well, this is one of those elements not governed by law, right? I mean, it's governed by a committee that is appointed really by the developer. I mean, for instance, we're the Architectural Design Review Committee for our own development at Academy Village. As you can see, everything there is pretty aesthetically pleasing and follows the guidelines. So we wouldn't plan on doing anything outside of the box per se, you know, with any of the residential units.
Does their ARC give them any, it wouldn't give them any authority to override the design guidelines in the MDA, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
So, like the design guidelines, for example, they have front yard landscaping requirements and park strip landscaping, which do not meet the current standards. So it says for the park strips that it's grass and trees.
But does our adopted standards override that because
Not if it's in an MDA.
but it does override it in some MDAs. Does it override it in this MDA?
But I think there's an argument that if the council's agreeing to this today, you're deviating from what council has previously adopted.
I see.
So address any legal concerns with the design guidelines.
I think it might be wise to just, in the motion, say to bring things that do not meet current code, but need to meet code, address them like by code. If we're changing things, like Nathan said, and going down and affecting stuff and making it non-compliant, then we'll have to do a double check on that. But those would be like setbacks and things like that. But the landscaping stuff seems to make good sense to,
Yeah.
it's a compelling and countervailing interest, but it should be cleaned up in this because of that issue. If you adopted it, it could supersede what we currently have on our code. So.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, you're gonna tell me what to say.
I don't know. We could, if the council would like, with the review of myself, Nathan, and 2 appointed council members to ensure that the design guidelines are up to date.
So, you can't agree to agree in the future, but in order to move this along, I think we should call it very specifically that the water guideline, those new standards that have changed since this, and then it sounds like what needs to happen is we go back through these and make sure they're still relevant. I don't know. I think as long as we call out that, what I don't want to do, and I think maybe I'm speaking on behalf, we could continue this forever, but they don't want to continue it forever. And these guidelines, we don't necessarily, we review them, but they're kind of enforcing them. We're looking to say, yeah, you're meeting these standards. So I'm looking more to Michael and Blake and saying, okay, we've been amending them. I am concerned that we don't adopt something tonight that especially with the water conservation, the stuff that we've done. So maybe as long as we call out that thing, and then we can talk with the developer about how we update these in the future.
Yeah, I think the correction of the water conservation is a good comment, but I would be surprised if there really is anything else akin to that in our design guidelines.
I don't think we've done any other, well, I'm not aware of any other countervailing public interests that we've adopted and said, hey, we might change it. I know the water specifically we did.
So while Todd's hammering over this, I did have a big note on all of my things, on my review things, is water. And we've just set up here tonight and are possibly approving and have approved hundreds of more homes in our city. And we're talking about water tanks and we're having water tanks. And then I always go, that's great. How are you going to fill those water tanks? Well, we're going to buy more water from Jordan Valley. And I can promise you that for sure that if Jordan Valley adopts their water budget at 1.3 units per acre, we're going to be way over allocated on these homes compared to how much water they're going to want to give us. So adhering to our water standards is going to be critical for any new development. And I don't know, it's just a comment I want to share tonight, but I think that, again, at the legislative side at the Hill, but even on our side, I think that we have to continue to beat this water drum because we just keep building and we keep building and we keep building. And, you know, you guys could bring in some water shares to compensate for the difference in what you want to build versus what Jordan Valley wants to allocate, right? But again, a water share is a piece of paper that says, here you go. But if there's no water that's associated with that share, it's just a piece of paper. And you guys will be out of business pretty quickly if we can't figure out how to conserve more water because we just will overbuild for what we can supply. And I just think we always have to be much more cognizant of that. These discussions we talk all the time about, oh, transportation, housing affordability, that is the constant drumbeat. But when we have a drought year, you hear it at the Hill. But when we don't, you never hear water infrastructure talked about. And it should be absolutely the #1 thing we talk about because it is so critical and we have such a shortage. And we're not going to go make any more water widgets. It's just simply not. Mother Nature gets to dictate that. So I would just implore every developer in this state, every partner that we have on this to please, please, just because you don't have to follow our water conservation standards, you should. We have developers in our city right now that just haven't because they don't have to. Well, you won't have a job for much longer if we don't start addressing these water issues in this state. So anyway, I just wanted to beat my drum for a minute.
Well, you've already mitigated a little bit of that by taking away the requirement of secondary water. So that'll leave more water in Deer Creek and Utah Lake.
Sure, but they'll still use water.
Understood. Yeah.
And water's water, so.
But when people are paying X amount for secondary water versus 3X for culinary water, those financial decisions of those homeowners usually are, maybe we'll do some xeriscaping and have less irrigation.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, and to some degree, because people are becoming more and more aware of it.
Yeah.
And if they will continue that, but sometimes we get a couple good water years, and all of a sudden people think it's not a problem anymore, and it is.
And, to be honest with you, the man that I work for is very much calls himself a conservationist, and he is in favor of xeriscape, and that's why he's so invested in solar, and that's why we'll use solar in many of these developments, many of these units, and battery storage to be able to conserve energy. So he is aligned in his thinking.
I love that. And I can tell you that as a city staff, I know these guys work really hard to try and look at different ways that we can, conserve water or, just stretch it a little bit farther all the time. And we're looking at all kinds of regional projects or things like that that might help us to utilize our own water. But it's like, well, yeah, we can utilize our own water, but you're sucking it out of the ground. And how are you recharging your aquifers? There's just so much complexity with water that it's just everybody has to take it more serious.
Agreed.
Sorry.
It's very much a macro issue, not a micro
Yeah,
issue.
exactly.
100%.
Did you get that? Did I sing long enough or what? Not quite.
We think so. The technical design guidelines might be a hitch in it, so.
Well, a thought I had was kind of like with the Fifth Amendment that we passed it, but we made it a condition of getting the ARMDA in place. So I'm thinking with the technical guidelines, if we can pass the MDA with all the changes that we've talked about, and then condition it on, let's update the technical guidelines as an exhibit, and that can come back before council to verify that everything looks square, then I think that would.
Could it not necessarily have to go back in front of council, but go back in front of this group that you talked about, which is you and 2 members of council and another member of staff? Can it be done at that level? That way it does get in front of council to the 2 appointees that are going to be on this sub-council. That way it saves us time, saves you time, and it saves everyone here from having to have another meeting.
The worry that I have is there might be something in the technical guideline that might be like important for the council. And, I don't want to speak on behalf of the council, and I know there will be a couple council members looking at it, but where this is dealing with zoning related issues, I think it's safer for probably both of us to have it back.
Would it require the process of amending the MDA, like where you go to the planning commission? Okay, so
No.
it could just come back to council.
We're essentially tabling the technical guidelines to be approved at another, the next council meeting or something.
But their MDA's done, they're doing their backbone, we can work on this, and then it's just updating them. Because I look at 7.1.2, which is a park strip landscaping, and you can't do anything but grass and trees.
Right.
Which we have said you can't do grass. And xeriscaping and local is specifically prohibited. So this was definitely in that era where we thought water.
Yeah, you want to almost reverse it.
Yeah,
So it'd be approve the MDA contingent on bringing that one piece back. The rest of it, it's passed, it's done. We just have to agree on that.
But yeah, so we'll just kind of bring up the rear, so to speak, as an oh, by the way, and once we get that figured out, then that action itself will fully enforce the entire document.
In sentiment, I agree with you, but to be a little dogmatic, I think that it is done, approved, subject to a final approval by the, MDA subcommittee review, right?
No, we're saying bring it back to the full council to approve.
On the technical guidelines, yes.
But
everything else that we're saying yes to is still going to be subject to that final subcommittee review after all the cleanup is finished, so we can give it a final read-through.
And the quicker we can get it, the quicker we can get the subcommittee meeting taking place with us and get it signed, and we can all move on with our lives.
Yeah, look, I think that's more a formality than anything else, but I still think that it's important because so much of this is happening on the fly, and we're, composing and writing and changing and stuff.
Productive work session.
I don't have the absolute conviction in our legislative decision that we are firmly understanding everything that we're approving or not approving tonight. Does that make sense? And so I want to have the council the ability to hedge this decision a little bit with that final review, if that makes sense.
I mean, we have we spent the last good hour and a half, almost 2 hours, I guess now, looking at this at 33 plus major changes in a master development agreement that's going to affect the south area of our whole city. I'm still super on the fence with it. We've done a lot of heavy lifting and good work in the last little bit.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to thread a needle here, right? Where I do not want to have to delay them further.
And I don't want us to go through and rehash every one of these points again.
Yeah. Not at all, right? I think we're largely there. That's why I'm saying I want to do everything we can to keep it moving forward.
Agreed. And so
with a slight little, with a hedge there, because I think Teddy agreed. Like, we've done a lot tonight.
We wouldn't do this with any other development partner.
I don't think we would.
Who would like to volunteer for the two? I guess if I make the motion, I can just nominate.
No, I mean, I'm happy to do it. I've spent a lot of time reading and going through these MDAs over the years, and I feel like I can be pretty comfortable with, giving it a final run through and highlighting anything I think would be an issue. I think the important thing is in our motion that we're going to be authorizing the subcommittee along with the city attorney and the city manager to complete these cleanup tasks, if that makes sense.
And just to make the situation sound a little bit better, 90% of what we've gone over here in these red lines are really administrative items, and most of which are being stricken. Right. So that's just hitting delete, so that's pretty simple. You're gonna get a shorter document and everything that we've agreed to remove, and some of the things we agreed to change with the added language, but it's mutually agreed upon that. We talked about it right here.
To be fair, they're all things that we're asking you to agree to, which you have. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the cleanup, and I know it's going to be a lot of work for Todd, but a lot of it is deleting elements out of the ARMDA. So I think that mitigates the situation. And really, the only one that we're kind of stuck on, because we were making some really good progress, and I still think that we are, is this last issue of technical guidelines. So I don't think the situation, while I hear your concerns, I don't think the situation is as grave as we think it might be.
I don't think it is either. I think it's just reading through and making sure all the red lines were maybe listening back to the city council meeting, that all the comments are actually addressed in the thing, and then whatever concerns you have on the technical documents, we go through that. Is that, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
I guess I would just ask for a sign off on this plan from the city attorney and the city manager.
Well, it's his
that
idea.
We're not way out on thin ice or getting ourselves into trouble here.
I think I heard them accept nearly everything we said. That they asked for us to change the term back, which council was okay with. I'm trying to think of any that you said
You
no,
mirrored some
absolutely not.
language that was in the Panorama MDA,
Yeah.
which you've already have a track
They've
record of
agreed.
approving.
They're all things we're asking for that they've
Yeah,
agreed.
so
It is deletions.
Yep.
There's a couple that needed to be a little bit tricky with some of the language to add some things in.
Like the Panorama MDA, I took bullet point notes on what changes we need to if they didn't accept it, you know, we need to add best efforts to section 11.2.4. So I don't think cleaning it up is going to take that much time. It's just, I'm a little, you know, nervous about the technical guidelines. And
that one is different because it's spanning an existing one and the new one versus the other one is just flat out a new.
And I think the concern is because we are readopting them, right now we're saying the countervailing, but we've got some outdated language in here. So I think if in your motion of approving and designating that committee to just do that final read, I think it is that, you know, maybe it's they can approve the MDA, but within 60 days, we're going to come back with updated design guidelines or something like that. So that we know, because they're not going to be building homes within 60 days.
Nope.
I don't think.
I'd be fine for it to come back.
We are heavy on utilities right now, but in terms of homes, we're limited by Zone 3 water tank construction.
Hey, Todd, I don't want to suggest you're anything less than absolutely amazing, but I'm going to offer.
Suggest it.
I'm going to offer. Do you need a few minutes to gather your thoughts on this? Maybe check off some boxes of what language we need to include in this motion. Just kind of gather that together so that when we do make our motion, we feel like we've covered everything we need to cover.
How about I go through my bullet points?
10-minute recess or something like that?
Yeah, we could take a recess, and then when we come back, I could read through my bullet points.
I don't think our partners want to wait 10 minutes.
So that way you can see what the motion is going to be before you actually make the motion.
Ryan,
that's what I'm talking about.
You guys want to speak before? Do you guys want to say anything before we go to a break? Okay. I mean, you've waited here the whole time. I'd love to hear.
Just
That's
so,
why I brought it up earlier.
Just so you know, Councilman Hodges, we actually, I remember shortly after I was elected, going through an MDA, and the development partner was actually needed an extra room in City Hall so they could set up a war room so that they could be making decisions on the fly while we're in here deciding. So definitely, this definitely happens.
A little short of that, huh?
Welcome. Thank you for being here and waiting us out tonight.
Oh, you bet. No, appreciate the chance to address. So, Mayor Palmer, City Council members, and staff. Appreciate a few minutes of your time tonight to chat with you. I'm Brigadier General Sean Fulomba, Assistant Adjutant General for Utah and the Commanding General of the Utah Army National Guard. Harriman City has been and continues to be a very valuable partner with us, with the Utah National Guard, in accomplishing our primary mission. Our primary mission is to be prepared with ready operational forces to fight and win our nation's wars when we are called upon. We're also prepared to rapidly respond to any type of a national, state, or community event that should happen in a time of disaster or crisis with our prepared soldiers. Is that the Utah National Guard has over 5,900 soldiers located throughout the state, from St. George to Logan, from Blanding to Wendover. But the majority of our soldiers train here at Camp Williams, adjacent to Harriman, on our over 24,000 acres of land in that area. And we have been doing this for over 100 years. And as mentioned tonight, you've heard some of that training happening today out at Camp Williams. This is also a key training location for many of our other services and components. We're soon going to have Army Reserve is relocating from Fort Douglas down to Camp Williams. It's going to bring about another 450 full-time people working at Camp Williams and about another 1,500 soldiers that will train on Camp Williams. So it really about doubles the size of the force that's located on Camp Williams. So that brings economic impact as well here to the area. As everybody's aware, Utah's grown tremendously over the last 20 years. The Guard has not kept up quite that same pace as Utah has, but that is soon changing. As we're projected to grow by about 800 soldiers in the next few years with a projected infantry battalion that will be coming to Utah. And that battalion will primarily train on Camp Williams as well. So we acknowledge that change and development is going to happen around Camp Williams. That's inevitable, just where it's located. But we want to continue to be good partners with those that are developing, and obviously with the communities surrounding our Camp Williams, with the right mix of development. So it does not impact our training mission, and also it doesn't impact the homes that are located around those. So we've really appreciated that collaboration we've had up to this point with Harriman City and those developers we've worked with, really to help minimize the community quality of life issues in those residents located around our border. So Camp Williams is really, as I mentioned, strategically important to our national defense, and we see it to be so for the next 50 to 100 years. That's not going to change. So we must continue to minimize any of those negative impacts in the surrounding communities in our future. And one of the ways to do that is really be cognizant of the discussions I've heard tonight about what's going around our camp and the residential density that's surrounding Camp Williams. So we truly appreciate the nuanced efforts that you are taking towards that and helping to preserve our training mission at Camp Williams. And we know that's not always the case, that we can't always reduce that density, so we appreciate working with us to try and minimize those impacts as much as possible. And I appreciate the few minutes to address you here tonight, and open any questions if you have any. If not, we'll...
Thank you, General.
Thanks, General.
Appreciate your service. Yes,
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Mayor Palmer, City Council, staff members, thank you. I'm Jeff Buman, Colonel Jeff Buman. I'm the garrison commander of Camp Williams. So General Fullenball has talked a little bit about the strategic picture and how the Utah Guard fits in. I want to dig a little bit down into the weeds of how Camp Williams specifically contributes to the overall national defense. And I'll use some statistics to do that. But ever since 9/11, it's been recognized that Camp Williams and the terrain around Harriman, in fact, is ideal suited for the units that are going to deploy to other parts of the world. Now, 9/11's over, in a sense. Afghanistan's over, in a sense. But as we prepare for conflict with China and Russia, many of the areas where we expect to see combat, if it occurs, hopefully not, is actually still going to be similar to what we see in the terrain near Camp Williams. Both China and Russia have many high desert mountain areas like we do here. Camp Williams continues to be relevant as a training ground, not just for the Utah National Guard, but we have units coming from across the nation to train here, both Navy, Marine Corps, regular Army. We have FBI, CIA, all these types of different units and entities train on Camp Williams continually. Just taking a quick snapshot of what happened this last year, which is actually a fairly average year. In 2023 to 24, our federal fiscal year, which ended September 30th, we had 205,600 Utah National Guard members trained there, training days there. U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, 7,800. U.S. Navy, almost 4,000. Among police, sheriff, youth groups, FBI, and fire departments, we had about 20,000, almost 14,000 Army reservists, for a total training man days of over 260,000 just in the last year. We hosted 5 national and regional training exercises at Camp Williams, including things from intelligence, cybersecurity, things like that, all occurring here in Little Utah. We have one of the premier regional training institutes in the country where we train non-commissioned officers throughout the western United States in artillery, intelligence operations, and leadership training, as well as information security. It's one of the premier training institutes in our country. So we have, in the Utah National Guard itself, we have about 7 brigade level type units, which are fairly large, robust units. Of those units, 6 are either headquartered on Camp Williams or have units that are headquartered, subordinate units that are headquartered on Camp Williams. We have about 23,000 acres of combat training areas. If you just look at what we expend in ammo per year, it kind of gives you a flavor of how much activity is going on. If we look at small arms and grenades, we had about 2 million rounds expended on Camp Williams last year. If you look at larger munitions like artillery, demolition, things like that, we had almost 19,000 rounds expended. We have a multitude of ranges on Camp Williams. I bet most soldiers don't even know how many ranges we have on Camp Williams. Just to give you a flavor, we have 3 short-range ranges, 25-meter ranges for pistol, rifle, and shotgun, a machine gun range, 2 combat pistol ranges. We have what we call a peace officer standards and training range where a lot of our police departments shoot. We have our rifle qualification range. We have another additional, what we call flat range for 300 meters. We have a live fire shoot house, one of the most really great additions to the Western United States in a long time, a multi-million-dollar shoot house. Grenade launcher range, a hand grenade range. You know, we have 24 field artillery firing points that can shoot up to 155 millimeter rounds, 3 different urban warfare type training areas, tactical live fire convoy ranges. I could go on the number of ranges at Camp Williams. It is an extremely active facility. When you drive through it, you may not see it, but it is a constantly used facility with units throughout the country coming to train here. General Fullenbaugh mentioned really briefly about the economic impact of Camp Williams. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the numbers that tell you exactly what Camp Williams contributes, but in 2019, the U of U conducted a study to see what the economic impacts of the Utah National Guard was. And they found that the Utah National Guard supports about 14,300 jobs, generates over $707 million in personal income, and overall contribute about $1.4 billion to the state's GDP. That's the Utah National Guard. That's not Hill Air Force Base, Dugway, and those other entities. So to me, the relevance for tonight's meeting is, since 1914, Camp Williams has been here, well over 100 years. The type of combat we train for in those 100 years has changed dramatically. World War I was very different than what we did in Vietnam, which was very different than what we did in Korea. Then we had 9/11. We had counterinsurgency operations we've trained for almost 20 years since I started in the Army. And now we've shifted to what we call large-scale combat operation training, where we're going to peer-to-peer, kind of like we saw in World War II. We need flexibility at Camp Williams. As we have border encroachment, it removes the flexibility that our training can change to meet the threats that we see coming in the next 10, that we don't know yet, in the next 50 years. So as we look at encroachment, we hope to have flexibility that maybe today we'll have an artillery firing point, but maybe tomorrow it'll be something completely different. In the Army, we have a training phrase that we use constantly. It's shoot, move, communicate. It's something that all young soldiers learn, and even now, all of us remember. Shoot, move, communicate. If we can't shoot, move, and communicate on Camp Williams, we are not training our soldiers for our nation's wars. So we ask you to keep that in mind tonight and in the future, that at Camp Williams we need that flexibility and that ability to do those things in order to protect our nation adequately. And I'm available for questions too if you have any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wow, there you go, man.
Thank you, Colonel Buman. Brian, anything to add?
I'll be very brief. Just Mayor Palmer, Council. Hearing your comments tonight, I just want to say how much I appreciate you considering our assessment that we gave you. I know we gave you assessment of a residential development in this location being non-compatible with the military training, but at the same time, we fully recognize the entitlements that have given to the developer and what they have at their hand. And so working with Craig and his staff has been amazing. They've been good. And they've been proactive on every recommendation that's come from your staff along the way. And with that being said, your staff has been great to educate us on the history of this from 2008 going forward, to give us a good understanding of where we're at today. So I just wanted to acknowledge all that, how great it's been to get here today. And you know, our biggest concern was the zoning map change, right? Those changes to zoning. Because we felt like that opens the door for years down the road. You know, actually Nathan articulated this a lot better than I can. You know, when he talked about changing that zoning from the forest, recreational, and the agricultural, the same thing, you know. So thank you for considering that. Thank you for allowing the developer to reach his entitlements, but at the same time, retaining some control over that residential density in the future. I feel like that's a great success for us. So that's all I have. Pending any questions you have. Okay,
Quick
thank
question
you.
for you.
Yes, sir.
Rating scale, compatible, non-compatible, or there's no in between, correct? Or
I'm sorry, say
it's
that
a
again?
pass-fail on your letter. Is compatibles improvements or non-compatible improvements? There's no in between on the rating scales?
Really, to reach a compatibility with this, it would just be increasing the buffer as far as space between the border and the residential units themselves. That's what would get us there. It would reduce some of the risk of fire that Sherry talked to, and it would also get those homes outside of the military training noise as far as that zone 3 level. So really that's how it would get there. And obviously we've already taken some steps in that direction, but yeah. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yeah, there's no semi-compatible. It's a pass-fail, pretty much.
Oh, and I completely
right?
missed that
No, you're
part.
completely good, yeah.
Yeah, well, in the Department of Defense guidelines, really they break it down onto all different types of development. And when it comes to residential development specifically, and the military training conduct in that vicinity, they look at the decibel range. And once it gets above a 72 decibel and higher, they say for sake of community welfare, above that 72 range, they recommend as non-compatible. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, long answer.
No, that's perfect, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And Ryan, you and I have spoke about this, and we've talked about this. Our goal in that area is to protect it now, and trails, we want trails in that area. And that meets our objective to be a destination as far as recreation. So we're hoping, I think I speak for all of us when I say we're hoping we're done building up the hill after this. I hope this is it. So the rest of it, trails, whatever else may be that protects your mission, and so we appreciate
Right up
it.
until the next election, when there's more people to make other changes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for waiting us out tonight.
Those are awesome.
Are we good
For
there?
me to go through my bullet points?
Sure,
Or
whatever you'd like to do.
So if there's any issues, both by the developer and by you, then I can just quickly make the changes, so.
Are you still planning to take a recess to kind of get the motion squared away? No?
I think I'm ready.
You good? Okay.
You had a great interlude right there from the camp.
Anything else for me? Well,
Maybe.
I'll stay.
If there's any issues,
I'll
let us
stick.
know. So it would be to approve the city's red line changes with the following additional points of clarification. One, clarify the developers are financially responsible for all open space requirements as provided by the MDA. Require the developer to follow the land use master plan as presented to council. Add language that allows and defines minor changes to the developer's obligations. Add an exhibit that shows the proposed zoning map as presented to council, with the exception of Pod 20 having the underlying zone of FR 2.5. Add language to section 3.4.1.1 to allow clustering for Pod 20 up to 48 units. Add a provision for mitigating sound control and materials for Pods 12, 13, and 20. Change the term of the agreement to be consistent with the language of the Panorama MDA and add a 4-year review requirement. Add best efforts to section 11.2.4. Allow partial assignment with the same time for objections as stated in section 19.4. Allow the city attorney, city manager, and 2 appointed council members to review and approve the finalized version of the cleaned up MDA. Condition this MDA approval upon the council approving as an administrative item and updated technical guidelines by January 15th. The changes to the technical guidelines should focus, there we go, on consistency with the MDA and on items that are compelling countervailing public interests, such as water-wise landscaping requirements.
So moved. No.
Anything different?
That sounds great.
I think that's an accurate summary of what we accomplished.
Ready?
No.
First one's easy. Motion to approve ordinance number 2024-29, approving a general plan amendment for 554.26 acres of property located at 15590 South Mountain View Corridor to Neighborhood 1, Neighborhood 2, mixed-use neighborhood, and general retail.
Did they change pod 20 in the general plan? I didn't look at that.
Double check.
Ma-
You're right. I think it was the same.
Yeah.
With the exception of pod 20, it remains FR 2.5.
But that's, yeah, that's the zoning.
But
The exception
Yes,
of pod
we
20.
actually do need to have them change the general plan because it's new terminology. But the zoning is where you want to add that.
I figured the
5.5.
zoning is what
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
make sure we're catching this.
Second, think.
Are we good with that? We good? Todd, you good? Jackie, good?
There's a motion and a second. Call for
Okay.
that roll.
Okay. Jared,
Yes.
Teddy,
Sure. I'll pull Jared.
I think that's a yes. Sherry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes. So that motion carries.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2024-30, approving a zoning map amendment to apply the R115 residential zone, the R210 residential zone, the R215 residential, the RM residential zone, the MU2 mixed zone, mixed-use zone, the C2 commercial zone, the A143 agricultural zone, and the FR 2.5 zones, specifically to pod 20, on real property located at 15590 South Mountain View Corridor.
Second.
Motion in a second. Steve,
Yes.
Sherry,
That's the only place FR25 is, right? Just the pod 20? Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Jared,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes.
You need me to include all of that, or can I just reference the list that he read? I'm all about cheating.
You can always go back to YouTube and look at it.
Motion to approve resolution number R38-2024, approving a master development agreement with South Hills Development with respect to approximately 554.26 acres of real property located at 15590 South Mountain View Corridor, including the list of adjustments and inclusions referenced by the city attorney.
With the final acceptance with the committee?
That's part of it.
Oh, that's part
Part of it, yeah. I will second.
Okay, motion in a second. Steve,
Yes.
Sherry,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Jared,
Hallelujah.
and I'll vote yes. Motion carries. Thank you guys for your work on this.
Thank you for all your hard work. It's very much appreciated.
Great.
Across the board, everybody, staff included.
It's been a long time coming.
It has. Thank you.
Okay, 9.7, amending Title 11 residential treatment facilities to allow the city manager to act
Please
as a
make a
hearing
motion.
officer.
Will you accept the motion, Mr. Mayor?
I'm open to that. Do we need, do
It says roll.
you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, do you have a video? Do you have a video?
Come on.
I think he's keeping it short. He said he's gonna be really short.
I actually don't have a presentation, but I do want to invite Chief up here for a second. Come here. So I want to recognize Chief and all the hard work he does. And he puts himself in, him and his crew and in harm's way. So I wanted to publicly recognize him with a gift.
Open
it up.
The Rattler. Mad Libs.
Oh.
It's a baby tie.
It's a little
It's a baby tie.
Is there an announcement in here somewhere?
You don't wear a tie with this, but.
Yeah, so I made fun of Chief the other day for wearing a button-up tie, or a clip tie. And he reminded me that it's for his safety in case, someone goes to strangle him. So I thought that this was the most safe clip-on tie that...
Speaking of strangling after night, you should probably wear it.
You could do it with this one. Thank you for indulging me in that. I've been waiting months to give that to Chief. But his voice was gone for the one time that I was ready to do it. But so the text amendment is pretty simple. It just allows the city manager to make certain decisions for people who are requesting an accommodation. So like treatment facilities, sober living homes, those type of, and it doesn't have, it's not limited to that, because we might get residents that request something like, I need privacy fencing because my child doesn't know what harm is and sticks his arm out and can get bit by a dog. So there are some, normally we would have these go to a hearing officer, and it's very detailed, very intricate on the legal arguments, and that's why we want someone trained in it. But there are some requests that are just really simple. It saves the city time and money and the applicant time and money. So that's why we wanted to propose this text amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Look for a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 2024-31, amending Harriman City Code 11-4-3 with respect to the hearing officer review authority.
Motion and a second. I'm going to let Jackie figure out who made it. Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Teddy?
Yep.
Jared?
Yes.
I vote yes. That motion carries. Did you get a second? We'll say Jared. Jared seconded it.
He was louder.
Okay. Future meetings, next planning commission meeting next week, 7 o'clock. Our next city council meeting is not till the 11th of December. After tonight, we earned that, I think. Thanksgiving holiday coming up. The city offices are closed 2 days. Night of Lights on the 2nd. Crane Park out here at 6 p.m.
Yeehaw.
Look for a motion to go to closed.
So moved. I don't want to do it again. Okay. Make a motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to go into closed meeting for the following purposes as provided in Utah State Code annotated section 52-4-205. Strategy sessions to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Strategy sessions to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, or to discuss a proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financing proposal related to the development of land owned by the city, and discussion regarding deployment of security personnel, devices, or systems.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Steve, second by Teddy. Jared?
Sure.
Teddy?
Sure.
Sherry?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. So we'll move into Fort Harriman. We need,
Chief, Blake, Bryce, and then the regulars.
okay, what she said.
All that stuff.
And probably Cody, I guess, since he's here.
You don't need me to state anything.
Is that because Chief doesn't want to do the presentation?
Odd.
And